Live from the Nebraska State Fair, this is a special presentation from the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. This live broadcast is brought to you by Homestead Bank, your journey, your bank, with 9 great locations across Nebraska, and by Green Plains. Enjoy the show, and for more information, visit ruralradionetwork.com.
He currently has 300 does, and we'd like to welcome Dr. Ripley back to the show ring once again today to be our judge, as we are going to kick off starting with class number 1. This is registered yearling does born between September 1 of 2019 and August 31st of 2020. And welcome again on the sheep side as well, as we start out our market lamb show for the day. Our judge is Logan Newsom from Plainview, Texas. Owns Newsom Livestock with 350 head of club lambs. And the wife is Jenny Beth. They've got 2 kids, Graham, who's 8, and Gracie Joe, who is 5. He says he really enjoys spending time at the livestock shows and with family. We'd like to welcome Mr. Newsom back to the show ring once again to be our judge. In the ring now, this is Class 1. Class 1 of Hampshire market lambs. They weigh from 100 to 128 pounds.
Well, I think certainly an outstanding way to start off with our market show here today. I think anytime you get a chance to start off in the Hampshires, you know that there's going to be some extremely high quality ones, and that's exactly how we got to kind of hit the ground running here in our lightweight class. I think it's going to be an outstanding day. I know there's going to be a tremendous amount of quality. It's going to be fun to sort through. We had a good day yesterday. The quality was awesome. The kids, from a showmanship perspective, was exceptional. So I'm certainly looking forward, just from my standpoint, having a chance to go through and evaluate and work with the youth here in Nebraska at the State Fair this year. I think we've got an outstanding way to start. We've got a top end here that I think is exceptionally well. I know it's just going to set the stage for what we've got to work through the rest of the day. I think a young man that initially comes in with one that I'm a big fan of. I like that one whenever he initially hits the ring. That's one that in motion, you like that one just in terms of how he holds himself together. That one's flat in terms of his spine. I felt like as we sorted through those top three, especially as when we got to them in motion there towards the end, that's the one that I'm the most comfortable with just from an athletic standpoint, from a fluidity standpoint, as we get that one loose and we get him in motion. And then at the same time, when you put your hands on him, he's as crisp and tuned in terms of his back shape. That one's one that's built exceptionally well. I think just a real high quality we've got to start with. I like just the boldness and just the body width and expression that we've got in the young man's weather that comes in second. That one's just big and bold. His features are, in terms of just foot and bone, is exactly what you would want. We get that one loose, and I'd like to change that one and just give him a little more athletic look up front. I'd like to see that one handle his hind leg ever so slightly better. But just in terms of natural carcass merit and body width, just width progression, I think that's a real high quality one. Again, that comes in that second spot. I love the general shape and just carcass value of the one that comes in here in third. That was one that initially we didn't push forward from that initial handle, but that one's crisp in terms of his back shape. He's extremely fresh just from a muscle tone and texture standpoint. He's maybe not quite as good right there over his loin in terms of where he hooks up. That's one that when we get him loose and we get him in motion, he wants to get just a little more rigid in terms of his spine placement. But that's just a real high-quality market lamb. That was a tough pair that we had up top, and I felt like that was a real logical place to slide that one into that third spot. I like the basic build and look that the young lady's weather in fourth gives us. That one's tall-fronted. He's flat-shouldered. He gives us a real high-quality view from the side. It's whenever we step in behind this guy that we want to change him. I'd like to give that guy a little more body width. I'd like to pull him apart at the base of his chest. I'd like to see him a little bigger out of his upper hip and dock. But that's a real high-quality one that gives us a really unique view from the side. I like that weather quite a deal. We've got a real basic one that comes in here in fifth. That one's wide. He's stout. He handles good. He's not quite as neat up front. We'd like to change him just in terms of his chest placement. I'd like to give that one more just turn in terms of his forerib and center rib. But that's just a real high-quality market lamb that's got some carcass value. He's got some width progression. He's one that moves around the ring fairly well. I think just a nice spot to finish him in that fifth spot. Real good top five. Please join me in congratulating these kids in the lightweight hamster class.
Well, I think we got an excellent set of does to start our breeding doe show this morning. A class of registered does that I think are really good from start to finish as we get in here and we get started. That said, I think we've got one that just overpowers the class and handles it nicely. I mean, when this doe walked in, the thought in my mind was it's going to be pretty fat. I hope there's something under the fat. This doe's not fat. She's conditioned where we want her to be. What you see is what you get with her. It's real in terms of the product, in terms of the body, in terms of the volume that this one offers. Just study her base width and the way that she's built underneath to have that much base width, still be functional on her feet and legs, have the kind of front end attractiveness that she maintains with that kind of base width, and then to have the width that she offers down her top in terms of her top side, and the turn that she has to her skeleton and her center rib. I think it's tremendous for a female. She's good in terms of her udder. She's functional in terms of her mouth, and one that I think is just awfully good from end to end to start this particular class. A great way to start. That's a really nice doe standing right behind her, and one that you would be pretty excited about in any other situation, and I still am. Where this doe I think is tremendous is from her last rib back. She's built as good out through her hip in terms of pin width, in terms of a dimension that she offers coming back from that last rib, that I think you have to get really excited about her. She's another one. I really like the way she's built up in her front third. She's extended. She lays smooth in her shoulder. She's got a nice angle to her shoulder. Her knees set right. She's a doe that gets around the ring, I think, extremely well from a functional standpoint. She's not as opened up, and she's not as massive as the doe that wins the class, and that's where she falls a little bit short. This is still a kind of doe, though, that I see a tremendous amount of future in. I see a lot of pieces that you can certainly use in a breeding pen and in a flush program. It's an awfully nice doe standing here in second. I think we had a close pair here in third and fourth as we got these does out and we studied them. Both of these does want to be just a little narrower when you study them from hooks to pins. They're not as opened up in their upper hip as the two does that start this particular class. I think when you set these two in motion, we probably stay just a little truer through our hock into the ground of the doe in third as we compare it to the doe in fourth, and that's where they sorted for me. We turn them out on profile. This doe here in third is probably one that has just a notch more extension and elevation up through her front end. I appreciated that about her as we compared her to the doe in fourth. I thought it was a close pair here. I think we're probably a notch stouter on this doe in fourth, and that's where it got close in my mind. I'll go with the extra elevation. I'll go with the doe that's got just a notch more extension, a notch more balance and attractiveness. I think she's a doe that you put the right kind of buck on. She can be really, really productive for this young lady down the road. I think both of these does have pieces that you certainly could get excited about in a breeding pen. A big bodied doe coming up in fifth, kind of rounding out our top five, but one that when we get right over the top of her, she's a doe that gets to be the flattest and the narrowest in that forerib, particularly in her upper rib. She just doesn't turn as nicely as the does that stand ahead. Consequently, she doesn't have quite as much volume when you study her in the front part of her skeleton. There's just not quite as much there as we have in the does that stand ahead of her. She's really full, and that you appreciate that, what you see in terms of belly and flank in her, but when you get and study her skeleton, she's just not quite as productive. She's not quite as production-oriented as the does that stand right ahead of her. I like the way she handles her feet and legs. She's a doe when you set her on the move that you'd probably change the front third of her skeleton as well. She wants to be just a little coarser coming out of her shoulder, not quite as extended and attractive up through her front end, but still a real production-oriented kind of a doe that you certainly get into the top part of a class. I felt like she was one that you didn't roll down very far in this particular class, but you can't let her get quite up there with those does that are a notch more complete. It's a really good set here to start the day. Looking forward to a really good doe show. I think this sets the tone for one that's going to be awfully competitive. These kids did a great job. If you would congratulate them for me on a nice set of does.
Getting ready to enter the ring now will be Class 2 of your registered yearling does. They'll be born between September 1 of 2019 and August 31st of 2020. These will be registered yearling does. Here's your results of Class 1. Blue ribbon winners include Taryn Shepard from Greeley County, Cole Luby from Seward County, Trevin Veras from Thayer County, Elena Cutlers from Lancaster County, Julie Luby from Seward County. Purple ribbon winners include Teresa Klein from Howard County, Ryan Rempel from Gage County, Kelsey Luby from Seward County. Third purple is Kylie Luby from Seward County. Second purple, Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County. And first purple is Emily Rempel from Gage County. Those are your results of Class 1. Entering the ring now will be Class 2, your registered yearling does that are born between September 1 of 19 and August 31st of 20. And on the goat side, we'd like to welcome all our folks that are coming in to watch at the Nebraska Farm Bureau Show Ring here at the 5 Point Bank Arena. You are watching right now the breeding dose show. This is class number 2 that is in the ring, and our judge is Dr. Jeff Ripley from College Station, Texas.
Well, a little bit of a challenging class. I think when we get into our second class of yearlings here, there's some give and take as we work through really the top 3 in this class. We got one that's a little younger, a little greener, maybe not quite as filled out as some of the does that stand ahead. But I think once we get into this top 3, you can kind of shake them up and look at different ways that you want to sort them, and it depends on where you want to put your priority. I'm starting with the doe that's the widest based, that's the biggest center bodied, that's got the most extension and elevation up to her front end. I'll concede I want to fix her back leg. She's got too much set to her hock when we set her on the move. I need to fix that about her. But I think you get away from that. She's the most production oriented. She's the widest base. There's the most product and volume in this doe in this particular class. And she's the one that's built the best in the front third of her skeleton in terms of the way her shoulder lays, her head and neck come out of the top of her shoulder. There's a lot of good and a lot of quality in this doe that I think you have to appreciate. Doe in second's really balanced. She's one that you like when you study her here from the side. She's got some turn to the center of her body as well. And when you compare it to the doe that was in third, which was really, in my mind, the closer placing, there is more turn and more shape in her forerib. There is more turn in her center body. She's stouter in terms of her foot and bone size for me when we get her out here and study her. And I think she's one that when you just analyze her from a balance standpoint, she's leveler made down her top. She's leveler made from hooks to pins. She probably opens up just a notch better from hooks to pins than the doe in third. The doe in third's one that probably has a little more extension and a little more length, and that's where it gets close for me between the two. I'm going with the doe that for me is made just a notch better out through her hip from hooks to pins in terms of levelness and in terms of width, and one that I think offers a notch more center body as you compare those two does. But I think they're both awfully good and offer a tremendous amount of future and some production traits for these young people that are going to be profitable for them down the road. The black doe in fourth is today just simply the leanest and the greenest that we've got out here. She's a doe that's not quite as far along in terms of maturity. She needs a little more time to get there, but I think you can certainly see the way that she's built skeletally. She's long, she's extended, she's got an attractive front end in her. I need to stouten her up just a little bit for me, but I think there's sure some things in this doe that'll be really good for this young man down the road as well. Another good class. Congratulations.
Entering the ring now will be your Class 3 registered doe kids. They are born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 2021. Here is your results of Class number 2. Blue ribbon winners include Isaiah Ekstrom from Merritt County. Purple ribbon winners in Purple 3, Madison Kramer from Howard County. Second purple is Tamron Klein of Howard County. And first purple is Trevin Veras from Thayer County. Again, in the ring now will be Class 3.
I think it's just talking about the Hampshire region. I think it's too surprising for mine. I think quality top to bottom, without question, this is one of those classes they kind of just keep coming in. You kind of break them down, you kind of sort through them, but those along the wall, I mean, there's not many holes as far as kind of sorting, kind of deciphering what's the difference in maybe being a fifth, the difference in being an eighth, the difference in eighth, maybe a little further down the line. Because it's a tremendous amount of quality. So when we kind of get talking about breaking down maybe these top five, congratulate the exhibitors along the way. You can probably make it such a State Fair. I think it's a challenging class in my opinion, and I think it's one of those classes that kind of comes to you, it comes at you in different parts. There's not necessarily one that maybe just initially jumps out. You understand there's a tremendous amount of depth in this class. You kind of analyze those things when you start coming in, and then you realize that there's probably 8 or 10 years that are maybe that extra step just in terms of quality. And I think as you kind of continue to work through this top five, it comes to me in particular, there's kind of some different pieces. And I'm most comfortable landing on how we got it stretched out here, but there's some changes and there's some difference, and there's certainly without question some things that you'd like to change maybe about each one of them. And there's a couple of those pairs there that kind of flip off around, probably right from those guys. I think as you analyze the young lady's runner up front, that's the one that goes fault free. That's not necessarily the term that probably hear me talk about much today. But I think as you analyze that one as the drive continues to run on, that's the one that puts the most positive pieces together. That's the one that initially comes in. You like that one motion, you like it in terms of how it lays his spine into it, you like it in terms of the shoulder placement. That's a good looking, real extended line. Kind of question about that one, she's got enough to it, especially to get around maybe behind him. It's not big enough, not enough proportion of the top, it's big enough for the lower portion of the sidewall. And I think if you analyze what we've got to work with here, I'm comfortable landing on that. He's built right, he's athletic, he's good motion. I think a real logical place. I'm not talking about. I love the weather in the second. When that one hits the green, that one's in motion, when that one's loose, that one's ball running, athletic, it's wild in terms of how it's built, in terms of his head, his shoulders, his rib cage. It's got to be wide. You've got to pull out with open in the bottom of his chest. You've got to make it bigger out of just the chin. You just got to get out of the curve and simple muscle shape. That one's built, it's looked from the side, presentation, I like a lot of things about the young man's weather in the second, third. That's a weather that you just analyze the basic parts and pieces. That was a lot in terms of how it's put together. He's square in terms of his general build. You get a lot of different angles to that guy, and he gets to be very true and very genuine in every angle, every piece. You get that one in motion, he wants to roll out of his shoulder, he wants to be a little more jammed up just in terms of his stand and kind of how it's built up front. That's a good basic part of livestock. That was fresh, he handles well. Similar to we've got with the one that comes from fourth and the one that comes from second. You like that one? That one's general build, skeletal makeup, exceptional. He's a little funky out of the front portion of his shoulder. He's handling it a little bit. That one's a little cleaner just in terms of his muscle texture and shape and tone. That's a good handle, but that's one that initially you get a weak to the side. That one's shallow and nice together. He's soft about his question, the one that's the punishment, yeah, that was baby circle. Baby circle cycle. If you want to close your eyes and just spin them, there's no question to find this out higher in class. And you get loose and you get in motion, that's when it comes to come apart. You want to get a little more restricted off open to the skeleton, you want to get a little rigid to the top line. We can get that more freedom and athletic ability. There's no question that the carcass side of the class. Another high quality class, very deep class, great.
And the lowest from Washington County, Johnson, and Esther County, of course, those are Saunders County. From Saunders County to Hamilton, Madison County, Madison County, Aurora, Johnson County. First off, from York County, Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. Your third purple is Nate Shorter from Harmon County. Second purple on Burton from Lancaster County. And first purple is Howard Collins from Class 3 of Hampshire, they from 140 up to 149 pounds.
They're skilled.
Well, another nice class of registered yearling does. There's some differences in here in size and maturity as we work through them, but I think we've got does that have got pieces and got some quality in them when you study from end to end. We're going to start with a doe that to me is the most complete when you study her in terms of volume, in terms of feminine characteristics. I think she's a doe that's functional as she gets around the ring in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs. Really like the way this one's made in the front third. She lays good in her shoulders. She's extended up through her front end. Really feminine and attractive in terms of her head and neck set. She's a doe that is awfully good in terms of the way she's made down her top with levelness and squareness out through her hip. She's got the most center body of anything that we've got up in this class, and I think you appreciate the stoutness that she offers in terms of foot and bone size. She's not perfect in her mouth, and that's where I'm a little bit concerned with her, but I think she's acceptable. She's off just a tick in terms of her jaw, but I think she's acceptable in terms of her mouth, and she's good in terms of all the other pieces that we need to find in this breeding doe. She's one that at my house would not be culled or would not be an issue in terms of the mouth on her with all the other pieces that she brings to the table. Little doe in second is the one that gives me trouble. She's not as big as we'd like her to be right now. She's a little bit small when you compare her to her contemporaries in this class, but boy, this one is built right. She is the most true in terms of her feet and legs as you watch her get around the ring. She takes the longest stride. She's the widest in terms of her hock as she works towards the ground. She's one that I think maintains her skeleton when we set her on the move as nice as anything in here. Really square, really level. Probably built as correct in the front third as anything that's been in the ring. She's really extended. She's really attractive in terms of her head and neck set. One that you really like the chest floor in terms of the width that she offers, but still being really shoved back in her breastplate, really long and level down her top. Again, I'd like to see just a little more volume. I'd like to open her up just a notch coming right out of the back of her shoulders as we compare to the doe that stood ahead of her in class. And you'd like to see maybe just a tick more size in her for where she is today, but I know she's one of the youngest ones in here in this particular set today, but one that for a yearling I'd probably like to see just a tick bigger to let her move up and win the class. She's got the other pieces to get that done today. Really complete kind of a doe in this particular set. A big, powerful kind of a doe here in third, one that's got a lot of volume, a lot of body. Really like a lot of things about her. When we set her on the move, I want to change the front third of her skeleton. She gets a little plainer in her shoulder. She opens up in her lower shoulder a notch more. When you get right over the top of her blade, she's probably the one that opens up the most in terms of the way she's made in the top side of her skeleton. You'd want to just tighten her up and maybe change the way that she's built there. She drops her breastplate just a tick, but you really like the hip in this one and the way that she's made from her last rib back. Big square kind of a pin set in her, one that's got a tremendous amount of base width when you study her. I just want to change her and make her a tick more attractive and feminine up in the front third to let her move up any further in this particular class. When we set them on the move, this doe in fourth fell out for me. She got to be, in my opinion, the narrowest at her base, the narrowest through her hock into the ground when we set them on the move in this top four. She's more attractive in the front third of her skeleton than the doe that was in third. But I think from a production standpoint, she got to be the flattest ribbed. I think she got to be the narrowest base that we had in the top four. So for me, that's where she falls out. There's still a lot of good pieces in her in terms of balance and attractiveness. A lot of things that you can appreciate about her. I want to open her up at her base and just see a little more doe there in order to move up further in the class. And then one that was a little conventional in our top five here that from a size and balance standpoint, tremendous amount of center body, lots of volume in this doe, but one that to me got a little piecey in terms of the way she's built. A little more conventional in her front end, not quite the extension and attractiveness, maybe a little easy down her top when we set her on the move. But I think as you start comparing her to those that follow in her class, she's got more volume, she's got more muscle, she's got more shape and more body than most of the does that follow her in class. Some things we want to change about her, but she brings an awful lot of production traits as well when we work her up into the top end of the class. Another good set here. Let's congratulate these kids on a nice class.
And as they reorganize to bring them in for your champion, ABGA registered doe, here's the results of Class 3. Blue ribbon winners include Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County, Evan Ruzicka from Knox County, Elena Cutlers from Lancaster County, Cole Luby from Seward County, Evan Ruzicka from Knox County. Purple ribbon winners, Julie Luby from Seward County, Trevin Veras from Thayer County, Michaela Hood from Box Butte County, Tavera Veras from Thayer County. Your second purple is Kylie Luby from Seward County, and your first purple is Piper Shepard from Greeley County. Coming back in for the division drive for your champion ABGA registered doe representing the Class 1, Emily Rempel from Gage County, Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County. Class 2 will be Trevin Veras from Thayer County and Tamarin Klein from Howard County. And out of Class 3, Piper Shepard from Greeley County and Kyle Luby from Seward County. And thank you to Randy and Patty Zahner, along with 4S Goat Expo and Union Bank of Trust. They are your sponsors for your champion and reserve champion ABGA registered doe of the Nebraska State Fair.
If you would, help me congratulate these young people in our registered doe drive, champion drive. It's a nice set. Let's give them a big round of applause if you would. Really a good set of does, I think, as we got into these three classes and we get these 6 back out here. I'm pleased with the quality that we've gotten. We talked about them in class, but just to hit briefly, the first class that we saw was these older yearling does. We talked about the pair being awfully good in terms of a pair of does that were really, really big bodied and really opened up in terms of their center body. We talked about the doe that won it still being awfully attractive and smooth up through her front end, and that's where she gets around. The doe that was second, she's more attractive in terms of her shoulder, more extended up through her front end, really balanced and attractive, just an awfully complete one. The doe that was second, having a huge hip and tremendous amount of base width, maybe not quite as balanced and attractive up through her front third, getting just a little deeper in her chest floor maybe as we compare to a doe or two that we have in the drive. Out of the middle class, we had a doe here that we talked about having lots and lots of good pieces, but maybe not being quite as true on those rear legs, having a tick more set to her hock. And then a really balanced doe that was second that maybe just didn't quite have as much shape and as much volume, as much rib as we have in the doe that beat her in class, but still a nice one there as well. And then a real different pair here out of our doe kid class with a really balanced, attractive one to start with. It's awfully good in terms of the way she's made up in her front third, and just having today more volume and more rib than the little paint doe in second. Little paint doe in second is perfect on her feet and legs, and one that brings a lot of good to this set. We talked about her maybe not being quite big enough for where we are today from an age standpoint, but still one that's awfully, awfully good in her own right. So as we get into a champion drive here, it gets close in my mind when we start looking at reserve. I think a doe still has to look like a doe, and for me, if you get enough volume, you get enough body, you get enough rib and enough muscle, then I want one that looks like a doe, that's up at the point of their shoulder, that's attractive in terms of the way they're made up through their front end. I think it's critical that they have that kind of look, and I just think we got a pair that probably do that just a nickel better out here in this drive for me than the others, than the contemporaries that we've got out in the ring. They're the two that I'll settle in on for champion and reserve. A really nice set of those. Congratulations to each of you. Let's give them another round of applause. I'll get your champions in this division. I love this one. I'm here back with the ring. That's the one. Whenever we get a handle, probably I like to see bigger, bolder in terms of the track shape. I can see more spread and mass over the top of that one. Upper skeleton. That one's unique build. It's built up front. It's athletic. Moving around the ring. That's like a big fan out. We just got to make that one bigger. We're going to make it bolder up high. That's a real high quality that comes in that second spot. I think a similar story that we got. Athletic ability, skill, will make up. That would loosen and motion the young lady better than we got through. Like his features, like his hook, he's called running, so it's a little longer. Maybe a little more extended in time to get that one a little more stretchy than I would initially prefer. But you love how the skills will make up. You love the about the range.
Again, we would like to congratulate Emily Rempel from Gage County for your champion of the ABGA registered doe, and Piper Shepard from Greeley County, your reserve. And of course, a big thank you to Randy and Patty Sainer and Forest Goat Expo, along with Union Bank and Trust, the sponsors of our champions and reserves today here at the Nebraska State Fair. Entering the ring now will be Class 4. This is your commercial yearling does, born between September 1 of 19 and August 31st of 20. Again, in the ring now is Class 4.
Well, another nice class of does as we get into our commercial does, first class of yearlings. One to win the class that does so handily for me. Certainly the doe, when we get her out here, just got the most body, the most volume. She's the most heavily muscled. She's the biggest in terms of her foot and bone size, but she still is a doe that you can appreciate as having enough extension and enough attractiveness up through her front end. She's short, bladed, and attractive through her breastplate and front end. I think she's one that stays really true down her top. And just study her rib design. She's the roundest in terms of her rib. She's got the most shape in her forerib, the most volume in her center body. And then consequently, as you work back, she opens up the best from hooks to pins. She's the widest out through her tail set. She's the widest at her base, and one that I just think wins the class handily. The close placing for me was here between 2 and 3. Probably got a notch more size and scale in the doe in second, but I think we've got more volume and more true production characteristics in this doe in second for me. She's one that probably has just a notch more shape in her forerib. I think she's a doe that's got more width and more dimension from hooks to pins. She's better in her rear flank in terms of the depth that she offers there. I would like to stretch her a tick from flank to flank as we compare it to the does on either side of her. But I think from a volume, from a productivity standpoint, she offers more to me than the doe in third. I do like the extension and length in this doe in third, and I certainly will grant that she's got that over the doe that stands right ahead of her. But I think when you compare her to the top two, she gets the flattest in her forerib, particularly in terms of that upper rib. She just doesn't turn as nice coming right out of her spine as the two does that stand right ahead today in this particular class, but a really balanced doe that I think has some future ahead of her as well. I visited with the young ladies in 4th and 5th. I'd like to fix the rear legs on this doe in 4th. She wants to come together at her hock a little for me when we set her on the move. And then the doe in 5th is one that for me gets to be a tick narrower based and maybe not quite as volume oriented as the does that stand ahead. Lots of quality though here. Good class. Congratulations.
Here's your results of Class 4. Blue ribbon winners include Aaliyah Negley of Dawson County, Skylar Hanson of Seward County. Purple ribbon winners include Cole Luby of Seward County. Second purple is Paige Hanson of Seward County. First purple to Kelsey Luby of Seward County. Entering the ring now will be Class 5. This is your commercial yearling does born between September 1 of 19 and August 31st of 2020.
Like a really nice way to do our hamster drive here. I think we've got a top set here, maybe kind of a top trio that we probably spend a little more time on. I also have played some things over in my mind. Just as far as kind of the dynamics and how they shake out. I'm real comfortable with the young ladies over with me. I thought that's one that initially comes from the ring and you like that as well as the order and how that one gets out the travel. That's a ball from him, good shoulder one. It really pops up and gives us a really, really neat look from the side. That's one initially upon handle is like its freshness, like its shape, like its crispness. That's one that just compared to some of these other ones. Maybe a little further along in terms of its weight and maturity. That's a really beautiful, real neat one. I like that one again. We got a little over here in second. Kind of right like it. I don't know a lot of people about. I don't love that she's different terms of the center portion of his body. I don't think it's any question in terms of boldness through his forehead shape. In terms of how that whole part of the human skeleton that he excels along with. Now she's very wide and very deep and how it's put together. We want to handle her though. Hands on that she's got the shape over the top side of the skeleton. He's fresh, he's crisp, he's fit extremely well. We just got to lose the game of motion. When we kind of up and out in terms of the front portion of the skeleton, I like to see him taller in terms of the shoulder. I like to see him a little longer about his neck. That's a real nice one we need to set up though. We got one that comes in third. That one's got some extra extension. He's tall fronted. He's big out of his hip. That she's got big features in terms of how it's put together. He's one that I'd like to see just a little pressure, a little crisper in terms of his handle. I'd like to see that one better in terms of the center portion of his body, where his flank is proper length. And kind of get that view from the side. That one's square in terms of its build. It's very general in its makeup. That's a good skeleton sheep. I thought it was good. That third spot. We've got one that from the carcass value standpoint comes forward. That was fresh and shaped with the the top portion of the drag, the upper portion of the skeleton. He wants to get a little plainer just in terms of his general build. He's not as good in terms of his forehead shape. He's not as good out of point. That's a real nice one from the carcass merit standpoint. We've got another one that comes in here and just plays right up front and slides between his shoulder and sticking out of his neck. He's got the manipulation up front. He wants to get a little cleaner in his handle. He's not as big in terms of his feet or his core in terms of the center portion of his body. We get that one some expansion there to the center portion of his rib. We get that one some south and same low when we talk about working down a little higher. Another high quality class. Good way to finish off our hamstring classes. Congratulations, too.
And your upper results from class 4 is get ready to bring them back in the first and second football to the championship reserve concern. So right over there, include Timmy Becker from Furness County, Timmy Becker from Furness County, Rosalind Randall from Southwest County, and the Pioneer from Chase County. And the Swine from Frontier County, Blueberry Willis, and Blue Tay Hamilton from Madison County. From Buffalo County, third purple is Arizona from Southwest County, second purple, 3 of them from Lee County, and first purple is Alabama.
Another really nice class yearling doe. Start with the red doe that walks in the ring and certainly grabs you pretty early from the way that this one's built in terms of her skeleton. She's a doe that I think handles her feet and legs as well as anything in the class. She's one that gets around the ring extremely good. She's really attractive in terms of the way she's made up in the front third of her skeleton. Her shoulder lays good. Head and neck come out of the top of the shoulder. She's attractive and smooth and elevated. When you study her at the point of her shoulder as well as through her breastplate, I think she's a doe that's got as much volume and center body as anything in here. And then when you put your hands on her, this doe's got a lot of shape and muscle and really opens up good in terms of her skeleton. She's probably built as nice out through her hip as anything in the class in terms of width from hooks to pins. When you study her right through the center of her stifle, I really like the width that she offers there, and that translates into one that opens up at her base and maintains her width as she goes away probably as well as anything in the class. Just the overall balance and look and style is where she gets around the doe in second. I think she's more extended. I think she's a doe that maybe stays just a notch level or down her top when we compare it to the doe in second. I think they're comparable in terms of body, in terms of shape and muscularity and just overall volume. I think they're a pair that were comparable from that standpoint. They're both moderate in terms of their frame, and I think that's okay. They're big enough. They're does that I think offer enough in terms of frame size, but then offer that extra in terms of shape and volume, muscularity and stoutness. They're does that I see being very productive going down the road. This doe is not quite as attractive when you study her coming right out of the point of her shoulder. She's not quite as smooth as the red doe probably was today. And again, when you set her on the move, she gets just a little easy right behind her shoulders. Doesn't stay quite as level. And that's not all hair on that red doe. That red doe really does have that kind of rack shape and that kind of dimension coming right out of the back of her shoulder, and that's where she gets around this doe in second. This is another really nice one that walks in the ring and catches your attention. You know she's going to be towards the top end of the class. This is a really attractive doe, lots of length of side, a doe that I think certainly you appreciate the extension that she offers. As we get her up into the top three and we set them on the move, there's just no doubt this doe wants to come together a tick more at her pins. She's not as opened up coming right out of the base of her shoulder. She's not as big in her center body as the two that place ahead of her. So she's a doe for me that while, yes, I love the extra length, I love the extension that she offers, I just need to see a little more volume, a little more doe here compared to the two that stand ahead of her in this particular class. It's a judgment call. I want one that's got some rib and some volume and some body, and this one is not quite there where the other two in terms of competing with the other two in that standpoint. Love her balance, love her length. I think she's a doe that for me, we just need a little more of to get her further up in the class, but she's an awfully good one as well. I felt like when we got into the next two coming up in our top five, they just kind of sorted themselves. We get to be a tick narrower. Based on this doe that was in fourth here when we set her on the move, she's the one that stays at her hock, probably the closest as she goes away. And then you study her up there front end. You just want to pull her apart at the base of her skeleton or tick as we compare to the four that stood ahead. And I told the young man in fifth, this is one that for me is a tick over condition for where we want her to be today, but I also want to just stretch her a little in terms of her overall extension, flank to flank and up through her front end to move up further in this particular class today and just balance her a tick more. Some really good ones in here. These kids did a good job. Congratulations.
Here's your results now of Class 5. Blue ribbon winners include Dane Bramer from Wayne County, Kate Wagner from Douglas Sarpy County, Ashlyn Zarenska from Seward County, Ashlyn Zarenska from Seward County. Purple ribbon winners, Levi Kronk of Holt County, Michaela Hood of Box Butte County. Purple 3 will go to Kaylee Davis of Grant County. Second purple is to Evan Merzika of Knox County. And first purple to Austin Cam of Cumming County. Entering the ring now will be Class 6. These are commercial yearling does born between September 1 of 2019 and August 31st of 2020. After this class, we'll be making the selection of your champion commercial yearling.
I think an outstanding drive that we've got here with our first and second places amongst our classes in our amateur division. I think we talked about those guys quite a bit just within each one of those classes. And initially, kind of talked about that live weight set and that class just in general, how fun it was to kind of start rolling off like that. I think that's a really, really nice pair. We all felt like fit together extremely well. I think those are some cheaters maybe not quite there from a maturity standpoint. I think some cheaters without question. Got some potentially better days from them. I think like that one that comes up to the front here in my mind extremely well, just in terms of that one's extra shade and just athletic feel, get that one moving around the ring. I think that's a real high quality one that's got that extra tone and touch that we like. We talked about that next class, or one of the deeper classes, and certainly one that had just from a number standpoint, a quality standpoint, absolutely from top to bottom. That was a pair that I felt like was really close and she fit together extremely well in my mind. That's one that comes up here on the front side of our lineup here that we love. That was just basically old nice put together. I think from a skeletal standpoint, I was just got a lot of pieces that are really hard to knock a hole in. You got a question about got just enough to draw muscle and power, and just that extra shot of all those extra pieces. Maybe this will kind of compare to a few more in the lineup. But I don't think there's a question like that one skeletal makeup. Talking about the one in the second there, that one's running gear, and that one's athletic ability. It was very, very unique within that particular class. We had class 3 come out that was exceptionally deep, especially as we worked through that top 5. That was very, very challenging. There was some tough balls in my mind we had to make. Felt like that was an extremely close pair. I thought there was some give and take maybe amongst those top 3. Without question, one of the deeper classes. I thought that was a pair that fit together extremely well. Just in terms of those guys really checking a lot of boxes that we're after. I think that's certainly without question a seconds in contention here. And then when we rounded out our amateur division, you talk about some of those teams that maybe getting a little older, maybe getting a little more mature. Maybe from a condition standpoint, getting maybe just a little past their prime. And I felt like that was without question the one that comes to win that class, just from a youthful standpoint, from an extra try to just shape and muscle over that back shape. That one's got some extension, that one's got some length up front. We like that one in motion at the same time. We like putting our hands on it because that one was crisp and fresh. And then we had one that was maybe just a little more frustrating, giving that girl just a little bit of fits. We talk about the basic parts and pieces of that one. And I think there's a lot of things to like. That one's got an extra side of hold that's a portion of his body. He's south in terms of his foundation. We'd like to see this little ball running. Again, we kind of hammer on these guys quite a bit, especially when we kind of talk in the class. There was some areas that are extremely close. I think it's an outstanding game for this. I think what an exceptional way to start with. There was a class there that I thought was exceptionally unique. There's some areas that I want to stick together. We're going to pull those two guys out of class 3 and go their teams in reserve.
Well, another nice class, a little more challenging class for me when we get into this set of yearlings here. For me, I hope we can all agree we need to find these two. We're going to run them to the top, and then we can have some discussion about how you want to sort them and where you want to put your priorities, because both of these does are awfully good. Both of these does bring a lot of things to the table that I think have got a place in the industry and a place where we can use them. Let's be honest with what we're doing with most of these commercial does. We're in the weather market. We're trying to raise goats that can be competitive in the weather market. With that in mind, I think we've got more good in the doe that we start with. And let me tell you what I see in her. I see a doe here that for me is a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. Wants to run uphill in her underline a tick better and stay a little more attractive up through her breastplate and her chest floor. I think she's a doe that probably lays just a tick neater in her shoulder and comes out just a notch better right out of the top of her shoulder into her head and neck set than the doe that's in second. Doe in second's probably got just a tick more center body. There's no question. She's bigger and bolder in her center rib as we compare to the doe that starts the class. But I think when you put your hands on them, we probably have more true shape coming right out of the back of the shoulder and turn in that upper rib in this doe that we start with today. When you put your hands on them, she's not as fleshy as the doe that's in second. She's a tick leaner when you put your hands on her, but I don't think there's a tremendous amount of difference in terms of true rib and in terms of true body when you compare the two. When you work out through their hip, I think the doe here that we start with is just as opened up from hooks to pins, and for me holds that width down through her base, through her hock and to the ground, probably a notch better than the doe that's in second does. So for me, when you add that extra elevation and look up through the front end, you add that extra length, and then you find one that's just as opened up in terms of base width, that probably has a notch more true muscle shape. That's the one I'm going to probably land on when we get a pair like this that we where you can kind of go either way. She's got a few more pieces that suit me, but both of these does have certainly got a place and would be does that I'd be happy to have standing in the pen at my house waiting for a buck. I think they're a nice pair of does. Doe in third was one I just visited with a young lady. You really like the skeletal build of this one. Lots of good quality in this one. As you compare to the two that stood ahead, I don't think she's quite as round in terms of a rib. I don't think we get quite as much shape working right out of the back of her shoulder and through her center body as we have in these two. I think she tends to be just a little narrower at her base as we compare to the two that stand ahead. But when you compare it to the does that follow her in class, she's got more length, she's got more extension and elevation, she's more correct in terms of her skeletal build in feet and legs and the way that she handles her top. I think certainly when you study the front third of her skeleton, that's where she gets around the doe that's in fourth. There's just more smoothness and attractiveness and elevation for her as we compare it to some of the does that follow her in class, and maybe not quite the volume and productivity of the top two. So a nice one here in third that maybe just wasn't quite as production oriented as the top two. I visited with the kids from there down about what I saw. Still quality in these does, maybe not quite as complete and balanced and attractive as some of the does that stood ahead, but still some really nice pieces, I think, all the way down in this class. Good set here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And here's your results of class number 6. Blue ribbon winners include Traveris of Thayer County, Levi Cronk of Holt County, Emily Rempel of Gage County. Third purple is Heather Lang of Lancaster County. Your second purple, Emily Rempel of Gage County, and Blake Bruns is your first purple of Lincoln County. We're set to bring them back in for the selection of your champion commercial yearling. Representing class 5 will be Austin Cam from Cumming County, Evan Rizeka from Knox County. Class 6 will be Blake Bruns from Lincoln County and Emily Rempel from Gage County. Again, thank you once again to Randy and Patty Sainer, Forest Goat Expo, Union Bank and Trust for their sponsorship of these classes for our champions. And a quick shout as you see the young lady that has been leading these youth into the show ring throughout today. If you get a chance, wish Rachel from Fillmore County a very happy birthday. Thanks, Rachel, for spending your birthday with us here at the Nebraska State Fair.
get started here with our actual division. I think a real nice set. We got a nice class. There's a lot of sheep that kind of sorted through. A little heavy on some probably in the middle of the pack. But certainly some sheep just from a market characteristic standpoint. I think they'll bring some value to this particular class. We've got a pair up front initially, I think, from the jump, from the time that they hit the ring. We felt like there were two that we're going to kind of have to make the biggest decision between. I think it's pretty challenging. You've got some sheep that without question have some contrast between what they bring to the table, what they bring to this particular class. On the young man, go ahead and start with. I think you talk about muscle, you talk about width, you talk about general shape and touch. There's probably a wash on this particular pair. I like that sheep to built in the front portion of his body better. It's called up the point of the shoulder, the smoother to the point through the base of the shoulder. It's round, he's shallow. That's a sheep that pops up, and I think gives us some incredible view from the side. I don't think there's any question that he's not as stout, he's not as rugged, he's not as just big and bold in terms of his feature. But that's just a real good one just from a skeletal makeup standpoint. It's got some handle and quality. I love this one when we get kind of propped up and apart. Now he's got the extra feature, he's got the extra boldness, he's got the stoutness. And then we're gravitating towards that sheep's big in terms of his feature, his bones. That's one that when we get loose in motion, he wants to run down, kill too much of me. He wants to just get too round out of the shoulder. We just got to change it out from the front portion of the skeleton. Because from there back, I don't think there's any question. He's got some very, very unique pieces. He's round, he's shallow, he's got a good look from the side. From his head, good back, that sheep's level out of his hip. I just got to change that one portion of his body. He's got one that comes in here in third. It's got some shape, he's got some touch. I don't think there's question. From a pressure standpoint, that was run anything in this particular class. She wants to get in terms of the base of her body, maybe not quite as soft and full there for her fight. I don't think she gives us quite the look good side. Especially if we view it from that angle, as the two that we've got in front of her, but that's a good shoulder, well built.
If you would help me, let's put our hands together for this set of commercial yearling does. I think they're really good. I think there's some does out here that are intriguing to me and bring some pieces to the table that you just know if you take these does home and you breed them, you get the genetics right and you get the matings right. There's some future kids coming out of these does that could be pretty exciting. And I think that's the case for really all 6 of these that we've got out here. That's where it gets fun for me at this time of year is, you know, looking at does like this at my house and deciding what we're going to do and what we're going to mate them with and how we're going to match them up and, just analyzing every little piece and trying to put those things together. Obviously, when we get them in the show ring, we want to find one that puts the most good together and the most of those good pieces together. And I think we've got a couple out here that do that for me. Are they going to look just alike? Nope, they're not. When we go to the backdrop, they're not going to be a pair that you say, boy, those two are like carbon copies of each other. They're the 2 best ones out here in my mind when you sort them and when you watch them get around the ring and when you study the pieces that they bring and they bring the most good in terms of those pieces. I want those that have got some shape in this commercial deal, have got some shape and some muscularity. I've got to have those that are big hip. They've got to be able to go home and be opened up enough coming back through their pelvis and through their hip that we can get kids out of them. They've got to be big hip for me. We've got to have some stoutness. I think we can go overboard on that, but we got to have enough foot and bone size that these does are rugged and that they can make some kids that'll have that kind of trait going forward. But at the end of the day, I want does that are just jacked up in their front end, that are really attractive in terms of the way they're made in their shoulder, that have got that extra extension and look up through their front end, that stay really elevated in their chest floor. When you set them on the move, they stay right down their top in terms of levelness and squareness as they move away from you. They've got to handle their feet and legs right for me. They've got to have some width when we study them at their base. So those are the things that I'm looking for. And I think we've got 2 that do that for me extremely well. One of them is probably the most exotic made in terms of the way we're built through our chest floor and up through our front end, and that one's going to suit me just a notch better out here today. One of them's probably as bold and as shapely coming right out of the back of the shoulder and as good in terms of that 4-rib shape as you can make one, and that one's going to be reserved today. And I think as you stand off and study them, the one that wins is the one that probably just has that extra look and that extra eye appeal and that extra extension up through the front end, and that's where I sort them today, is just that extra that this one offers me when we stand off and study her from the side. I think both of these does are the kind that you take home and you put in a donor pen, and that to me is the decision factor as I sort through them. I think there's two out here that are that quality for me that you go home and you consider putting in a donor pen and flushing, and those are the two that are champion and reserve. I sort them based on what they bring to me from an overall design standpoint in terms of sorting the pair for champion and reserve. Let's congratulate all these kids. A really nice division. I'll go get you a champion and reserve and congratulate them.
Congratulations, your champion commercial yearling was exhibited by Blake Bruns of Lincoln County. Your reserve champion commercial yearling is Austin Cam from Cumming County. Again, thank you to Randy and Patty Sainer, along with Forest, Goat Expo, and Union Bank and Trust for their sponsorship. We're bringing them together, getting ready for Class 7. Class 7 is your commercial doe kids born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 21.
got here, we got a top 5, but I think there's literally from first to fifth. I think just some give and take there. I think there's some cheaper. That's a real good pieces. I think there's some cheaper without question. We want to change some pieces, and there's kind of some things there in the middle. You kind of got to sort through. You kind of see where you want to land and see if you're comfortable with maybe some of those big flag holes that I think each one has got. I think you got a sheep up front. The skeletal makeup from the time the down initially comes in. You know about that from the athletic standpoint. Talk about just the skeletal wheel, the speed from the side. I don't think there's any question in the time he excels. He's the best in terms of the season level placement. He's the most athletic and big value in motion. He's just generally the best in terms of his overall build. He's not heavy enough muscle. He's not wide enough. He's not big enough in terms of just the spread and boldness of the top portion of the skeleton. But I think we analyze what we've got behind him, and I think that's a real logical place in my mind for that one to land on. We've got a sheep that comes in second. It's got some extra features. It's got some extra boldness in the center portion of his body. I think that one handles very similar in terms of its rack shape over his loin as the one that directly precedes him. My hanging up on this one is when we read this one from the side view angle, he wants to get drier about his flank. He wants to see if it just a little longer in terms of his blade. Then we get out of loose too much. I think we need to change how that one sits behind the other time. He's got some power. He's got some width. I think that's a nice pair. I don't think there's any question. We've got a weapon that comes in third. That one's big. Probably as good. Body as she drops back to her rib flank. Maybe anything that we've got. Again, on this one, we get our handle. We'll come in for the handle on that one, which is real plain. We throw the top side of the skeleton. We want to get maybe just a little further along from the position standpoint. I think we can help the rest of it. But I thought it makes it look like this is the body and the solid.
Well, really nice way to start our commercial doe kid class. A doe that starts the class that I think does so really nicely. These does are young and green and certainly you have to project future in them. But boy, I can see a future in this one. This doe is tremendous hip, really big hipped and opened up out through her pins. You put your hands on her and you study her coming out of the backside of her shoulder. Just a tremendous shape in terms of that forerib, consequently a big square rack in this doe kid. She's as opened up underneath as you can make one at this particular age and stage of development. I think this one is elite. I think there's a lot of good in this doe, and certainly you can forecast a future in her that I think is outstanding with the width and the volume that she offers, the way that she handles her feet and legs, the attractiveness that she has up through her front end. And then you give her that shape and expression and stoutness that she has. This is an awfully good one to start the class. It gets a little closer as we start looking at the next couple. I think they're similar, second and third, in terms of the way that they're made. Both of these does want to pinch just a tick from hooks to pins as we compare them to our class winners. Probably both of these does get just a notch deeper through their chest floor, don't elevate up into their breastplate the way this doe does that wins the class. I think they're a nice pair, though, that offer a lot of good, really extended, a pair of does that are great in their center body, a pair of does that are good in terms of the way they handle their feet and legs. I think when you set them on the move, this doe here that's second today probably gets just a little easier and true in terms of her stride as we compare it to the doe in third that wants to get at times just a little choppy. And part of that is she's fighting the halter a bit. I recognize that, and I'll admit that. But I think when she does open up and move, she gets just a little choppier in terms of her step as we compare it to the doe that places right ahead of her. Still a really nice one and a pair of does that I think you can see a tremendous amount of future in. When we get into this doe in fourth, as she gets into this top four and we set her on the move, certainly she gets to be the flattest in terms of her forerib. She's a doe that doesn't have quite as much center body. Love her extension, love her length of side, the balance that she offers up through her front end. I need a little more rib and volume in her to let her work up further in the class today against the three that stand ahead of her. And I told the young people here, as you work your way down into 5th, 6th, and 7th, these are some does that today just simply get to be a little narrower based and a little flatter in terms of the rib design, their skeletal design, not quite the volume, not quite the productivity in these does that we have in some of the does ahead, recognizing that they're still really young and green and some of these does are going to change, but I don't see the rib shape and the volume in these three that we have in the four that stood ahead. Still quality from end to end, though, some nice does. Congratulations to all these kids.
Here are your results coming out of Class 7. Blue ribbon winners: Jasper Langley of York County, Dane Beamer of Wayne County, Abby Negley of Gothenburg County. Kylie Riley will be from Seward County. These are purple ribbon winners. Maya Carey from Holt County is third purple. Austin Cam from Cumming County is second purple. And Jasper Langley from York County is your first purple. Entering the ring now is Class 8. These are commercial doe kids born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 21.
I think another class we got to talk about here in these actuals. I think it's been tough. It's been a tough division. I think there's a tremendous amount of give and take. They're cheaper at different points, taken from a maturity curve. They're cheaper might be low down the road, and so they're brighter days, and as they kind of continue to come along and have more time to get their projects, we'll just continue to get better. But it's been a pretty challenging division, in my opinion, just because there's probably multiple different ways that you can land on in terms of kind of where you want to be priorities. I think as we analyze this top pair, it's starting to kind of break out for me. I think you get close amongst these top two. We talked about it probably amongst each one of these classes. Some give and take there. Some sheep might not necessarily be cookie cutter images of each other. And I don't think there's a big question that you kind of place your priorities different in certain areas. We're going to talk about flip-flop this fair, but I think as you kind of analyze this one, this lighter reflector view that we've got here, we talk about just from a general muscle standpoint, from a power standpoint, just from a width standpoint. You like that way for Lisa now. She's big and lower up high, she's big down low. She's athletic when we get her out, we get her in motion, she gives us some views that you really, really want to gravitate for. It's going to be a little more challenging. The young man is kind of trying to get her head up there with that halter as we kind of get her loose. She's kind of want to question some things, maybe from a mobility standpoint. But when we get this from Prop, she offers us a really high quality view. There's no question that she's got some carcass value. In my opinion, she gets around the ring good enough for us to kind of slide into that top spot. You want to jump on the one that's flexible, it's loose fine, it's mobile, it gets around, it's very comfortable. There's no question this young lady's got this leather here in a second. That's one that you like, you lose. It's flexible, it's sound, it puts the speed legs on where it's supposed to be. My question is from a general muscle standpoint, from a width standpoint, does that one have enough? He's one that's just a bit lighter in terms of his handle up high. He's one that's not as big as the portion of the dog, and it's running to his cycle. His build is good. Is that running the build is good? Just got to see more spread, got to see more punch, got to see more overall mass there. As a compare that pair, as a comparable suit, if you want to place your party different, you have to cross with that. We've got a run here that comes in the third. Alan Block, in terms of body shape, he's big, got high, he's massive. He's got some handling quality. He's running his little meter up front.
Well, nice class of doe kids here. A class that I think gets a little bit challenging. There's some give and take when we get into these top three. I certainly feel like we need to find these three and work them into the top end. And then, you know, there's some different ways that you can go depending on where you want to put your priorities. I'm not going to argue the fact that there's some differences in these goats and some things that each of them have to offer. There's some things that we'd probably change about each of them. I'm trying to find the one that puts the most good together for me. when we get out here. And I think this doe here is the stoutest. I think she's the most true in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs. She's got the most correct set to her rear leg and down through her hock. And then I think when you get over the top of this one, she's the doe that's probably the biggest and boldest in her center body and comes right out of the back of her shoulder with the most turn and shape in her forerib. Where I have a little bit of difficulty is projecting what the front end is going to do as this doe matures. She's one today that might want to be just a little longer bladed and get a little deeper through her chest floor, particularly at times when she's on the move. You just catch a glimpse of that, and I question, as we get into maturity, is she going to be quite good enough in her front end? I don't know, but today she's the one that's the best on her feet and legs. She's got the most shape and dimension down her top. She's got the most center body in her, and I think she's one that you really appreciate just the stoutness and the base width that she offers as we compare to the does that stand right behind her. Doe in second's one that I think is really complete. There's a lot of good in this doe. Maybe not quite as stout as certainly as the doe that wins the class. She's a doe that maybe for the size and where we are, I probably would add just a tick of stoutness to her as we compare to the doe that wins it. But I really like the way this one's made in terms of her rib. She's got some shape. She's got some turn from end to end, not as bold coming right out of the back of her shoulder as the goat that wins it. But when you study her up through her front end and at her base, she is not as opened up as the goat that wins it. And that's where I get a little concerned. Are we quite wide enough based on this one as we compare her to the doe that wins the class? Really balanced, really attractive kind of a doe, though, that I think you can appreciate. Both of these does here in second and third, as they walk away, I get a little concerned at the way they come together at the hock, particularly this one. When this one walks in and you catch her on profile, she's really attractive up through her front end. She's level down her top. I thought, boy, this one's going to be hard to get around. She came in early and caught my attention, and I knew she was going to be towards the top of the class. But as she walks away, when I get in behind her, I sure want to pull her apart as we work down through her hock and to the ground. She gets to be the closest at the surface, gets to be the goat that gets to be the narrowest in terms of her base going away from us, and I want to change that about her for me personally to let her move up and be in the top two. Lots of good in this doe, lots of things that you can appreciate. I want to change the way she handles those rear legs when we set her on the move. I think when we get into fourth and fifth, it's a nice pair of does that for me, as we compare them to the top three, just simply get different in terms of their skeleton. Not as much shape, not as much roundness in terms of the way that rib's made. Consequently, they get to be a tick narrower base. They get to be goats that just don't have quite the volume, quite the shape, and quite the dimension in them that we have in the top three. Still a lot of quality here. I love the length and the extension that we had in this doe in fourth. I certainly appreciate that about her. The doe in fifth was one that I think when we got her turned out here and got her up into the top five, got to be the one that was the narrowest made from hooks to pins. I need to change that about her in terms of the way she's built from her last rib back to let her work up further in the class. But a goat that I think you appreciate, again, the balance and the look that she offers, lots of quality in her as well. Really a good class. I felt like from end to end here, a nice set of does. Just congratulate these kids on a good job, if you would.
Here's your results out of Class 8. Blue ribbon winners include Natalie Sheets of Lincoln County, Lillian Bogle of Lancaster County, Isaiah Ekstrom of Merritt County, Braylon Bamer of Wayne County, Isaiah Ekstrom of Merritt County. Purple ribbon winners are Haley Finn of Greeley County. Caden Gregory of Dodge County is purple 3. Second purple is Baylor Barons of Saline County. And first purple will go to Elena Fangmeyer of Thayer County. Getting ready to enter the ring now will be Class 9 here on the goats. This is your commercial doe kids born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 2021.
Again, we talked about it. I think an outstanding way to kind of finish out our national division within our drive. We talked about some of those classes. Extremely challenging and tough calls there tonight, without question. Some comparative differences. Really talking about that lightweight class or all the way up to our heavyweight class. There was some tough calls. There was some sheep in there that maybe we flip flop or run and kind of shuffle on the deck somewhat. Just because there was so much differences in terms of class advantages and then kind of where some of those sheep had some glaring holes. But as we get these class winners out, right, in seconds amongst each one, I think a very nice set. I think a nice set of what we had to work with throughout there. A little tough in terms of just kind of where you want to land on. I think there's involved there, maybe amongst that reserve. There's a pair of them that I think will keep together, in my opinion, that just fit. They fit from a long-term standpoint, and at the same time fit well today, just from where they're at from a market standpoint. Good class, good division, I should say. Let's congratulate the exhibitors. We've got two on the lightweight around here that we'll keep together for our champion reserve. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Senior Roberts from Home County, and also to the Southern County. Thanks again to Ashley and to Pavilion Bank for your continued sponsorship. We continue on the sheep side. This is class number 8. This is your southbound market. There's only one class of our southbound market. That's from 112 to 128 to 50. We'll also be selecting your champion southbound, dessert champion southbound of this class. And those following along is class number 8.
nice class of Southbound. We just got one here to work with, so obviously we've got a champion reserve up here. I think two individuals that reached this initially when they come in with lots and lots of quality. That one that comes in, I don't think there's any advantage. That's the outlier amongst this particular group. I think when you just analyze that one with the ground and talk about the extra stoutness and feature that he's got, you need to get your hand on it. How big and bold in terms of his muscle shape. He really handles a tremendous amount of freshness. I think from a carcass value and a handling perspective, tie into that one. You like him to cross up, that one balances extremely well. Not the most unique one, not moving, but that one balances up extremely well and holds a significant advantage from a muscle standpoint. You like the look and the extension up front, the one that comes in second. Reserve champion, that was flat shoulder, tall front, and he's extended his level in his line. That's cheap, he's got some general muscle shape. He's just one that you'd like to see just bigger and bolder as we compare to our champion. I'd like to see that one a little softer there through his rib and flank, kind of getting a little more of a balance over to the side. That one makes his ability still the quality, though, certainly needs to be noted. That's a nice one landed there in my reserve spot. We've got a new one that comes in here in third, just from a basic characteristic standpoint, just in terms of feet and leg flexing, just in terms of general build, scale, and quality. You like that one a whole lot. Now it's a little plain, a little soft whenever we touch. Now it just needs to be a little crisper, a little fresher today as we compare it to those that champion in reserve. Got one that comes in here, you like some things about running around in terms of his body shape. He's got some tone, some definition up high. He's obviously got some things going on there with his top line. He's a little rough there over his top. We'll have to change that from the scale to makeup standpoint. We've got another one that comes in here in the fifth spot with wide and full part in terms of his body. He's one that needs to be a little shapelier. That one's probably pushing some limits in terms of condition. But certainly one that you like that one's extra body with. Nice class of Southbound. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
That will be your second marketplace. There's just one class of marketplace, and you're 129 to 155. The results from Class A recruiting winners are going off from Buffalo County, Elizabeth from Bethel County, Blue Ribbon Experience. From Lincoln County, the second user champion Southbound. I just want to report to the county and your first champion of the Southbound to be Hill. County, congratulations. Again, thank you to Ashley and Equitable Bank for your sponsorship.
class here within our Southern Division. I think that was a set that we got up top. In my opinion, in terms of that champion and reserve, I think it comes together really nice. I think there's some differences there amongst that pair. I think if you analyze it just from a quality perspective, you can probably lay it on those two timelines logically. She becomes up front, just in terms of having that extra soundness, extra body, good in terms of the base of the story. That she became extremely fresh, big and bold, fresh and high. He's better in his long and not up portion of his not through his cycle as we compare to that second place. That's a real nice one to land in that change of spot. We got a sheep which has an extra weak extension up front there for a reserve. Like that in the shoulder in terms of how they look at body. He's level, he's athletic, he's good, he's got a little promotion. The sheep for most of his core ball in terms of his skill and build. I like to see him just a little more robust. We've got a sheep who's got some hardness value, it's all full of potential power that comes in here in the third slot. That's a sheep that's naturally he's a little flatter in terms of his body. Now, the upper portion is still inside him. You like this crisp, fresh shape, there's some leanness there without question, there's some hardness value. You like all those things. I like to change that in terms of the skill and build. I think a similar story we've got here in what we've done before. That's a sheep that's got some muscle, he's got some shape, he's got some hardness value. In this particular class, I think you see this out in terms of speed and life. I don't see more robust in terms of the body. Single class, we've got that division, certainly for individuals, so we're very, very nice. Let's congratulate those two.
Well, certainly the deepest class we've seen so far in our doe show in terms of quality from end to end. Some really, really nice does in here. As they walked in, I knew it was going to be a fun class to sort through, but a challenging class to sort through. The other thing I knew as they came in was that these two were going to wind up towards the top. I felt like this was a pair that you could kind of latch on to and have up in the top end, but there's several more that made it close and made it interesting, I think, when we got up into the very top end. This is a challenging pair to sort. There's not one in here that you can just latch onto and say, boy, she wins it going away. This is really a good pair of does that each have some things that are super strong and each have a thing or two that we might change in them, I think, when we get them up to the top end. And that's what makes sorting this kind of class fun, is you get an opportunity to provide an opinion and to decide where you want to put your emphasis. As we get these two out here and we sort them, I'm going to criticize our class winner right away and say, as she walks, I want to pull her apart at the surface. And that's the only thing that gives me pause with her, is she just gets a little inch. When she stops, she naturally wants to stop just a tick narrower. You get over the top of her, she's got as much top side width. You study her up through her front end. She's as opened up, I think, in her breastplate and her front end as the goat that's in second. But I don't think as she goes away from me, she stays apart as well through her hock and to the ground. She doesn't stop as wide. So I question that just a tick on her. Now let me tell you what I see in this one that makes her move up and win this class. I love the rear flank in this doe. She's tremendous in terms of depth and softness in that rear flank. And then you study her underline and the way she just runs uphill and chisels up into that breastplate and that front end that's extremely shallow and extremely attractive. She's more extended, more attractive in terms of the way she comes out with her head and neck set. I love the way she's built down her top in terms of width and levelness when you get right in over the top of her. If we make her get just a tick wider going away, I think she does win the class handily. But that's where it gets close for me as you study them, because this one right here in second, as she goes away and as she stops, she is open up and wide base, and she sets them down on all four corners just the way you like for them to. And that's where it gets, that makes the decision just a tick tougher for me. Now, as we compare the two, I think she's a tick longer blended. She gets a notch deeper up to her chest floor. She's not one of those does that really wants to wedge from rear flank to fore flank the way that our class winner does. But I think when you get in over the top of her, they're very similar in terms of the width and the shape that they offer down their top, the turn that they have in their center body. I think she's just a doe that maybe isn't quite in terms of the front third of her skeleton, isn't quite as exotic, isn't quite as extended, isn't quite as attractive and balanced as the doe that wins the class. It's another really good one here, though, that's going to go do some great things for this young man, I think, in the breeding pen or the flush pen. An awfully nice doe. I felt like we got into a nice set as we come up into third, fourth, and fifth. Maybe not quite as elite, maybe not offering quite what we have in that top pair, but still some really good ones. This doe in third here is probably one that's just a little raw when you get right in over the top of her. Not quite as bloomy, not quite as fleshy, but boy, study her and find the holes in her from a skeletal standpoint. She's big ribbed. She's opened up at her center body. She's wide based. I think she's a doe that, for me, maybe wants to get out in her shoulder just a notch more. I think she wants to pull that head and neck down just a notch more as we compare it to the two that stand ahead. So not quite the balance and attractiveness up to the front third maybe, but one that's opened up in terms of her base that maintains her width extremely well. I think she's a doe that's big hipped when you study her from hooks to pins, and certainly that's where she beats the doe that's in fourth. When I come in behind and get on that three-quarter view, this doe in our top four got to be the one that narrowed up from hooks to pins the most in this particular class. If I could open her up there, I think it gets real interesting with her and gets it closer to the doe that stood right ahead of her. I want to change her there. I like this doe, though, in terms of the way she's made up through her front end. I think her shoulder lays really neat. She comes right out of the top of that shoulder with her head and neck. She's really attractive, really feminine. She handles her feet and legs extremely well. I think her center body is one that you can certainly call acceptable in terms of volume. I just want to fix her from hooks to pins, and I think she's a doe that probably works her way into third in this particular class for me. And then I thought we got just a notch plainer with this next doe in class, just in terms of the overall design and build of her. I think she's one that gets more conventional in terms of the way she's made up through her front end. She probably rolls out her hip just a tick more and not quite as attractive in terms of the way she's made down her top. It's another high volume, high productivity kind of a doe, though, that's got a tremendous amount of shape right through her center body, a lot of shape when you handle her down her top. I just need to stretch her from flank to flank, extend her up through her front end, tuck that chest floor up in her a bit, just to balance her as we compare it to the does that place ahead. Nice set here. Congratulations to these kids.
Here are your results of Class 9 Blue Ribbon winners. Riley Hopkins of Colfax County, Faith Winkleman from Seward County, Addie Crockett from Thayer County, Trevin Veers from Thayer County, Sarah Mitchell, Holt County, Hadley Sellen from Wayne County. Starts out our purple ribbon winners. Brindley Langley from York County, Addie Stanwyck from Dixon County, Kaylee Davis from Grant County, Austin Cam from Cumming County will be purple 3. Purple 2 is Kason Bruns from Lincoln County, and first purple will be Briley Aarons from Burt County. We're ready to bring in class number 10 now. Class 10 is commercial doe kids that are born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1st of 2021.
Similar story that we got with that one that not having fancy parts and pieces, these legs are all in the right place. We just like to see that a little bit fresher, a little crisper. That was probably again the one especially the one that's in terms of condition standpoint. Nice class of lightweights, look forward to having those two that were first and second back on the team to drive, and congratulate these two.
Another really nice class of doe kids here. I think a doe, to start this class, it does so nicely for me. When she walks in, she's a doe that catches your attention as being really balanced, being really correct in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs. She's a doe that's really elevated and attractive up through her front end. And then when you get in over the top of her and you study her, she doesn't disappoint. She's big ribbed. She's open in the center of her body. She opens up nicely from hooks to pins. She's a doe that's got some shape and some dimension. She's correct in terms of her teeth structure. She's a doe that I think is really, really complete to start this particular class, and it's one that'll be fun to see against her contemporaries later on. I think the black-headed doe here in second's another one that, boy, if you want power, you want muscularity, you want volume, this one sure offers that for me. She's one, when we set her on the move, I want to make her a tick taller at the point of her shoulder. I want to shove her breastplate up in her just a nickel compared to our class winner. She's every bit as thick and expressive and opened up in terms of her base and her volume as our class winner. She doesn't quite have the extension. She doesn't quite have the attractiveness up in her front end. She doesn't want to run uphill quite as much as our class winner. That's a doe, though, that I think you can appreciate as being tremendous in base width and stoutness and muscularity. That's a really good one. Doe here in third is as balanced and attractive as anything that you're going to find in the class today. When we get her up into the top three, though, she gets to be the flattest in her forerib. She gets to be the narrowest at her base compared to the two that we stand ahead of her. Love her from this standpoint right here. We get on this three-quarter view. I just want to open her up at her base, pull her apart. I want to get more width and shape in the top side of her skeleton as we compare to the two does that stand ahead of her in class. Lots of good pieces in this one, though. We start getting into fourth and fifth and below. We start getting into does that maybe are a little piecier. Some things about these does that you really like. This doe here in fourth got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape and volume. She gets a little easy in her top. She gets a little more conventional about the way she's made up through her front end. Maybe not quite as attractive and extended up through her shoulder, head, and neck as some of the does that stand ahead. Love her bone, love her muscularity, love her stoutness and her width. I just want to balance her for me to let her compete higher in the class today. Then kind of the same story on the next one. We're getting a tick shorter bodied. I just want to stretch her, get some more extension in her. But again, love the muscularity and shape that this one offers. Maybe just doesn't offer quite the complete package that we have in the very top end of the class. Good set here, another really competitive class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Red ribbon winners include Calvin Burbaum from Saline County, Cody from Annapolis County. Blue ribbon winners are Taylor Becker from Harris County, Nate Jenner from Scottsbluff County. Second purple is to Preston Dunbar of Red Willow County, and first purple is to Kristen Wagner of Dodge County. Bring in our first and second purples to make the selection of our champion white winners. Out of class 10, we are bringing in a Detroit from Cleveland County, and Jordan and Kirk of Thurston County. And out of class 11, we have Kristen Wagner of Dodge County and Preston Dunbar of Red Willow County. We are going to thank the voice of Ashley and Aurora for their continued sponsorship of our division champions. Now over on the goat side, here is your results of Class 10. Your blue ribbon winners include Skylar Hansen from Seward County, Autumn Hupp from Holt County, Kyle Riley from Seward County, Addie Crockett from Thayer County, Kyle Riley from Seward County, Haley Finn from Greeley County. We'll start out our purples, and I'm sorry, Kyle is also a purple ribbon winner. Maya Matulka from Saunders County. Bridget Kavan from York County will be purple 3. Second purple is Taya Hamilton from Madison County. And your first purple is Matthew Bruns from Lincoln County. In the ring now is Class 11. This is commercial doe kids born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 2021.
I think a real nice show that we had at this point, everybody was input, another one of those breeds, maybe the numbers weren't necessarily extremely deep, but I think quality-wise, the request for voters, we got working with probably 17, 12, so that's certainly, congratulations to those that did it. So, back, we've got a set out here, I think they're very well represented, for this particular breed. I think it's my son there, lightweight, kind of talked about that. That's kind of the way it's sort of works anyway, but I'm more comfortable with that anyway, because here on the front line, just in terms of this mobility, I think we get out here and analyze those guys, see if they're ready to in my mind, that's how this fair continues to sport. We're going to land on the one that's got that extra drive south, that extra width, and kind of all that is one so it's flexible, if I call it similar suit. We'll go out and just take the hands on our champion and our reserve champion here for our white nation.
Well, another nice class of doe kids here. Doe kid to start the class with, I think, puts a lot of good together. She's really round-bodied. She's really long and extended in terms of the way she's made. Getting over the top of her, this is a doe that's awfully good in terms of that forerib and the width and the top side that she offers, the center body that she offers. No question in my mind, she's the stoutest in terms of her construction. She's got the most shape and muscle. She's the highest volume doe in the class. And then I think you combine that with, as we set her on the move, she's also the doe that, for me, maintains that look up through her front end better. I think she keeps her chest plate and breastplate in place better when we set her on the move. I think she's got more extension and elevation right at the point of her shoulder as we compare it to the two does that stand behind her. If we could take that tail and maybe just set it up just a tick higher when we set her on the move, we might do that just to make her level out just a tick more from her last rib back, but that's getting picky on one that I think offers a lot of good in this particular class. That's a really nice doe. Doe in second gets a little more conventional in terms of length of side and in terms of look. I think she's one that's balanced. I think she's one that's correct in terms of her feet and legs. And certainly when we compare these two, she's better made from her last rib back in terms of width out through her pins, in terms of width from stifle to stifle as we compare to the doe that's in third. I want to stretch her. I want to get more smoothness and attractiveness up in the front third of her skeleton compared to the doe that starts this particular class. This is another one that's got a tremendous amount of shape and muscle when you get right in over the top of her, though, and certainly overpowers the doe in third from that standpoint. I like the balance of this doe in third probably a notch better. She is a tick longer from side to side. She is a notch more extended up through her front end maybe than the doe that was in second, and that's where it got close for me. But when you get in over the top of her, I felt like she got, of our top three, got to be the flattest in terms of her forerib, with the least shape and volume right through her center body as we compare to the top three. You get on the three-quarter view, no question, she's the one that wants to narrow a tick more from hooks to pins as we compare her to the top two, but still one that I think as we compare to the does that fall in behind has got more shape and more volume. She's really a nice doe, just runs out of gas from a muscularity and width standpoint compared to the top two. We start to step down as we go into this class with goats that maybe aren't quite as far along from a maturity standpoint, but more than anything, I think we've got goats that get just a little frailer in their makeup with not quite as much volume and shape as we have in the top three in this particular class. Another good set. Congratulations to these kids. Give them a round of applause if you would.
Here's your results coming out of Class 11. Your blue ribbon winners include Paige Hansen from Seward County, Aaliyah Negley from Dawson County, Levi Kronk from Holtz County, Hadley Stellan from Wayne County. Purple ribbon winners will include Kate Wagner from Douglas Sarpy County, Cash Parrish from York County, Drew Saney from Platte County. Second purple is Kaylee Gregory from Dodge County, and first purple is Tatea Hambleton from Madison County. Entering the ring now will be Class 12 commercial doe kids. They're born between September 1 of 2020 and June 1 of 21.
Real good set there. We got the change in the third. Extra tall front and long side, and then we've got the comes in third. I like that one to get off of. That she's got that extra real up front, some angulation. That's a sheet that really gives us a quality view from the side. In the spring plane, whenever we put our hands on it, maybe push a little more cover there over the ribs, and I would prefer. I think it would real nice down to shaping them up. She's got some awesome wheels we like, especially from that side of the angle. We talk about holding the rib right here together under the sort of two sheets that are very similar. They're wide based, they're big body. They've got some scalp and some stinger. They're a little softer, just in terms of their muscle tone. I'd like to see the cheek, a little pressure in there. I like to change the cheek up and fits their spine. I don't want to see it a little more rigid and soft. I'm saying in person, that's kind of like good set. We got a top there on the hand of the shirt.
Congratulations, this is on the class 12 with the representatives from South County, Mitchell County, and we've got a county, second and research champion was it. It is Herbert as the round for our first person and champion in the environmental and then we were naturally sponsorship of our divisions. It's going to take a 15-minute break on the sheet side, 15-minute break with your class 13 from the Lions.
Really a nice set of does, really a deep class, certainly the deepest class we've seen thus far in this commercial doe kid division. You know, the first thing I'm going to say is that both of these does need to go home and go in a donor pen. They're tremendous. It's an outstanding pair to start this particular class. They're pretty different, and you can sort them based on where you want to be and what you want to do with this particular set of does. The question that I had on the doe that we start with, and yeah, she's being a knucklehead and she's not one to show quite as well, and it took me a little longer to get to where I'm comfortable with the way this one's made in the front third, but I'm there. I think this doe's made good enough in terms of the way her shoulder lays in terms of the way her breastplate's up in her, the way that her head and neck come up out of the top of the shoulder. She's a doe that's still really feminine. This kind of got those goofy ears, but you get past that. She's one that I think puts a lot of good together. Where she's just extremely unique is when you get right in over the top of her. She's as bold and as expressive out of her forerib and in her center body as you can possibly make one. She's huge in terms of the top side width that she has, and she works back through her hip and comes out that pin set, I think, just tremendous with the width that she offers there. When she finally gets loose and wants to move around the ring, she maintains that width extremely well through her hock and to the ground. I think she's one that probably at the surface tracks out as wide as anything that we have in this particular class. I love the profile of this doe in second. She is tremendous with the length and the elevation that she offers. The levelness that she has out through her hip, I think, is tremendous. And she's another one that I think is awfully good from hooks to pins in terms of width that she offers. It gets really close from that standpoint for me. Where I sort them is when I get right in over the top of her. She simply doesn't have the boldness and the volume that we have in the doe that just left, that stands ahead of her in class today. She just simply isn't as opened up, and I get a little concerned with her as she comes right out of the back of her shoulder and as she comes into that forerib. Do we have quite enough there? And you know, to be where we want her to be from a weather producing kind of standpoint. That's where I would question her. She's still a doe that I take home and I put a lot of faith in to take and raise some weathers down the road, but I would like to get just a notch more roundness to that rib, a notch more shape to her forerib, and that translates into that center body as well. Love the outline, love the look that she gives. I want a little more volume in her as we compare to the goat that wins the class. Two really, really good ones to start this particular class here. I think we got a doe coming up next that gets a little bit piecier. She's not quite as strong right behind her shoulder. It's tough when you have two like that to start a class. This doe is awfully good. She's just not as wide. She's not as stout. She's not as expressive as the two that stood right ahead of her. I want to make her a little better right behind her shoulder. I want to elevate her at the point of her shoulder and balance her up just a tick. You get past that, this doe's got a lot of shape, a lot of muscle, got a lot of rib and volume in her. I think she's a doe that offers a lot of good. As she goes away, certainly she comes together at her hock more than the two that just left the ring, and that sorts her out of our top three, in my opinion. But I think where the close placing was between third and fourth. I like the extra extension. I like the extra length that she offers over this goat in fourth. I think when you study her from hooks to pins, she's better made and has more width in that upper hip than the doe that's going to be in fourth today. I love the balance of this doe in fourth. I think she's put together extremely good in terms of levelness down her top, in terms of where those pieces all fit together. She's really attractive up through her front end. I thought of our top four, she got to be the narrowest based and the one that offered me the least from a productivity standpoint of our top four. Still really good. This is a deep class, but I felt like in our top four, she got to be the flattest right up through her forerib. Didn't turn quite as good in her center body as the goats that placed ahead of her. And then a goat in fifth that just fell out for me on a balance standpoint. This doe wants to be deeper up through her chest floor and her front end, maybe a notch more cut up in her rear flank. I just want to invert those lines and change the look that she gives me from the side. Lots of muscle, lots of volume. I just need to balance her just a tick more to move her up further in the class. Another really deep class. We went awfully deep with purples in this particular class because of the quality that was in here. Congratulations on a good set.
Here's your results coming out of Class 12. Your blue ribbon winners include Heather Lang from Lancaster County, Jezebel Olson from Webster County, Faith Winkleman, Seward County, Riley Hopkins, Colfax County, Levi Finn from Platte County. Purple ribbon winners include Caden Gregory from Dodge County, Kendall Pryor from Chase County, Wyatt Evelson from Hall County, Brinley Langley from York County. Third purple is Briley Aarons from Burt County. Second purple is Baylor Barons from Saline County. And first purple will be Taya Hamilton from Madison County. We're moving on now to class 13 of our commercial doe kits. They weigh from 97 to 102 pounds. This will be class 13.
Another really good, really deep class here as we get into some of these heavier weight commercial doe kids. Another pair, top pair that they walk in, you find them pretty quick, and you hope that you get in over the top of them and you're not disappointed, and certainly you're not. This is a really, really good pair here to start this particular class as well. That said, the doe that wins it, I think, does so nicely, particularly when you just get off of her and you study her out here on this three-quarter view. She is so wide base. She's so good from hooks to pins. She's so good right through her center leg and center body in terms of the width that she offers, and I think that's where she elevates herself over the class, in my opinion, today. She's still really balanced. She's put together right up through her front end. She handles her feet and legs extremely well as she gets around the ring. I think she's as wide-based as anything that we've got in here. She still maintains a tremendous amount of femininity and look and balance, big rib. A goat that I think offers a lot in terms of some breeding pieces that can be really, really fun and intriguing as you go down the road. We don't fall off much when we get into this doe in second. In fact, maybe she's a notch smoother in terms of the way she's made down her top, and I think you really appreciate that about her. She's elevated in her front end. She's a doe that maybe when we set her on the move doesn't maintain quite as much width as the doe that wins the class. She's not quite as opened up at the base of her skeleton as the doe that wins the class, but I think you get past that, I think she competes really well. She's extremely attractive. She's really feminine. She's a doe that's sound and structurally correct when we set her on the move. I think she's a doe that if we didn't have that tremendous hip that just left the ring, she's really good in terms of the way she's made from hooks to pins. She just doesn't open up quite as much as the doe that just wins this class, but that's an awfully good one here in second. We're getting picky on some pretty minor things that I think separate an awfully nice pair in the top end. We're a little raw on this next goat in class. Maybe one that when we set her on the move, you want to make her just a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. She runs downhill just a tick when we compare her to the two that stood right ahead of her. So we don't have maybe quite the balance in her. Maybe not quite the stoutness in terms of foot and bone size, but boy, here's another one that's really good in her center body. She's really expressive in terms of her muscularity. I like the roundness that she offers in terms of her rib cage. Again, just balance her up a tick more from the side, stouten her up a bit where she hits the ground, and I think it gets really interesting in that top three. You want one that's just powered up with muscle. This fourth place one's probably your goat. She is tremendous in terms of shape and expression of muscle. She gets a little steeper out her hip for me. I want to change that about her. When we set her on the move, she gets a little more constricted and choppier. I just want to free her up. As she moves around, she wants to get that top up just a little bit. All that comes with that extra muscle that she has, and then that steepness that she has in terms of her skeletal design. If I could change those about her, I think she's a goat that gets into the conversation a little heavier in my own mind as well. I love the muscularity, and I'm not saying by any means that this goat doesn't have some really, really good breeding pieces and is going to do some good. I think we just got to be a little more careful about how we made her and what we match her up with in the future. That's an awfully good doe just from a pure muscularity standpoint, a rib shape standpoint. There's a lot of good in her. And then the next doe coming up is one that I felt like in our top five got to be the shortest in terms of the way she's made from flank to flank, probably the most plain in terms of the way she's built up through her front end. Here's another one, though, big rib. A tremendous amount of body volume and capacity, really opened up as she comes back through her hooks, from hooks to pins. Lots of good in this one. I want to stretch her. I want to elevate her. I want to make her a notch more attractive up in the front third of her skeleton today to let her move up further in the class. But I felt like it was a close placing there between her and the goat that stood right ahead, because I do think she's probably a notch better in terms of the way she's made in her skeleton. Really good set here. Congratulations to these kids.
Here's your results coming out of Class 13. Blue ribbon winners include Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Levi Finn from Platte County, Haley Finn from Platte County. Purple ribbon winners, Ashley Saney from Platte County, Maya Matalka from Saunders County, Paisley White from Douglas Sarpy County. Purple 3 is Clara Gangwish from Buffalo County. Second purple is Taya Hamilton from Madison County. And first purple, Ty Peterson from Douglas County, or excuse me, from Dodge County. Those are your results out of Class 13. Entering now is your Class 14. These commercial doe kids weigh from 104 to 112 pounds. After this, we'll make the selection of your champion commercial doe kid. results of Class 13 and the Crossbred Market Lands. Red-ribbon winners include Cooper from Thayer County, Ashley Miracle from Boone County, Katrina Miracle from Boone County, Paul Walker from Thayer County, Jesse Frederickson from Holly County, Julie Rogers from Burke County, and Doug from Clay County, Grace Eckhart from Adams County, Nancy Ward from Hamilton County. Winners are Allison Dixon from Washington County, Blake Lee from Cedar County, Rhiannon Mitchell from Wayne County, second is on Madison from Casper County, and Callie Collins from Cole County. Now will be your crossbred market lands. This is class 14 lands away from 113 after 115 and a half kilos. And a quick reminder for answers in those packets, you have thank you notes. Make sure those thank you notes are being written and being taken care of.
Well, another nice class as we get into this heavy set of doe kids in the commercial division. I think a doe that wins a class that does so nicely for me, simply the most powerful doe in here, the widest based doe in here, the one that's got the most rib and the most volume and the most shape when you get right in over the top side of her. I think she's a doe that when you study her at her base, she opens up better at the base of her skeleton in this particular class and just offers the most volume and the most productivity when we get up in the very top end of this class. I'd like to stretch her. I'd like to get just a little more length up from flank to flank. I'd like to get a little more extension up through her front end, just to be honest, and that's where it gets a little bit close with this doe in second. But I do think that extra shape and extra volume and productivity that this one offers lets her move up and win the class handily for me. I love the balance of this paint doe in second here. I think she's one, gives you a really good outline and a really good look from the side. I think she's one that is made the way we want them made in the front third. Shoulder lays really neat. She comes right out of the top of that shoulder set with a really nice head and neck set. She's good on her feet and legs. When I get right in over the top of her, my question is there quite enough shape and volume as she comes out of the base of that shoulder? Do we have quite enough rib shape coming in that fore rib and in her center body? And that's where we'd probably change her and question her just a tick. I still think there's a lot of good pieces in her to go on down the road with. Doe here in third is the heaviest condition one in the class today, and that's where I need to change her. I want to just pull a little bit of that off of her. But I think when you get her out here and you compare it to the does that follow her in class, there's more rib, there's more volume, there's more capacity in this doe. She's bigger hips, she's opened up better from hooks to pins, she's better in the center of her body. I need to clean her up in her front end to consider her ideal, but I still think we got quality in her as well. We start getting in some does coming up next that just simply get to be a little flatter ribbed, a little narrower based as they go away, and that's where I need to change them today in this particular class. But lots of good pieces, lots of good things that we can use in different programs, I think, in each of these does as we go down the road with them. Good set here. Congratulations to these kids.
I think another one we kind of talked about, as we work through the hamster class, I'm starting to get into a few of those classes and continually progressively better.
Here's your results of Class 14 as we gather them all to get ready to bring in for our champion commercial doe kid. Blue ribbon winners include Mackenzie Fetzmeyer from Jefferson County, Kendall Castle from Saline County, Quinn Castle from Saline County, Tavera from Thayer County. Purple ribbon winners will be Colin Hopkins from Colfax County, Levi Cronk from Holtz County. Your second purple is Carrie Zaney from Platte County, and first purple, Taya Hamilton from Madison County.
We've got a sheet that comes in here in second line, a lot of things about the feature and I was at the whole spread and wrapper, put your hands on that, and she's very our class winner. I'm a little disappointed. As a sheet is a little softer.
As they're doing a way back and getting ready to come in the ring, I'm going to start listing off your commercial doe kids. These will be first and second purples that'll be competing. We have Jasper Langley from York County, Austin Cam from Cumming County. That'll be out of Class 7. Class 8 will be Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County and Baylor Behrens from Saline County. Class 9 will be Briley Aarons from Burt County and Casson Bruns from Lincoln County. In Class 10, Matthew Bruns from Lincoln County and Taya Hamilton from Madison County. Class 11 will be Taya Hamilton from Madison County and Kaylee Gregory from Dodge County. Class 12 will be Taya Hamilton from Madison County and Baylor Behrens from Saline County. Class 13 entering will be Ty Peterson from Dodge County and Taya Hamilton from Madison County. And finally, Class 14 will be Taya Hamilton from Madison County and Carrie Saney from Platte County. We'll make the selection of our champion commercial doe kid. From there, we will be bringing back our champion commercial yearlings to compete against the champion commercial doe kid for our overall champion commercial doe. Following that, we'll be bringing back the winners of the champion overall commercial doe and reserve champion to compete against the overall champion and reserve champion from the registered does. And then following that, we'll take a 10-minute break before we start into the market class. And a quick reminder as well to parents, you will have seen in your children's packet, there is thank you notes. Do not forget to get those thank you notes written out by your kids because the 4-H Foundation definitely appreciates it.
Y'all help me congratulate these doe kid exhibitors in the commercial division with a real big round of applause. It was a lot of fun to sort through these 8 or so classes of commercial doe kids. I'm really, really pleased with the quality that we get back out here in this champion drive, really from end to end. Obviously, we've got some maturity differences on this end and goats that maybe aren't quite as far along in the first couple of classes. And then we start getting into some that maybe are a little more mature as we get down on this end. But I think overall, we've got a set of does that have all got a tremendous place in our industry. We can take these does home. We can put them in the right kind of breeding program, whether it's flush, whether it's natural matings. And I think these does can do some good for these young people and raise them some wethers or some replacement does going down the road and help them with their program. That's the quality that we've got out here. There's bits and pieces as you sort through these does. There's bits and pieces on any number of them that, man, you're really attracted to, you're really drawn to. We've got some, they're just massive in terms of their muscle shape. We've got some that are just massive in terms of their base width. We've got some that are really, really pretty and attractive that you question is, do we have quite enough? We've got some that maybe we want to stretch just a bit and aren't quite as good up through their front end as some others. And that's what we had in the classes. That's how they presented themselves to me in the classes. But overall, we've got a really good set here that I think have got some completeness and some things that you have to appreciate. There's no question in your mind, or there shouldn't be. There's 4 that I pulled out that I wanted to study just a little bit more in terms of selecting a champion. And I'll tell you, when we do select this champion in a minute, we're going to bring the second over from that class, and we're going to look again because I think that one gets into contention as well for reserve. So for me, you've heard me talk about it today. Yes, I want all those things, but I want a doe that puts it together in a package that's really complete, that's really pleasing, that's really structurally correct. We cannot give up feet and leg structure on these goats. We cannot give up feet and leg structure on these goats. And I see that happening in many instances where we focus so much on that wild front end, or we focus so much on that big square rack and big top and big hip, that we give up feet and leg structure. We can't do that in these females. Cannot do it. So that's something that I'm really, really critical on. I've got to have does that are functional. And I want, again, like I said, in the full blood division, I want does that look like does. I want it to be extended. I want it to be smooth. I want the chest floor shoved up in them. I want it to be level down their top. I want it to be big-ended. I want big hips and big pin sets in these does. And I think if we get those kinds of things, along with structural functionality and some muscle and some rib and some volume, then I think we've got does that we can take down the road and work with. Those 4 that I pulled out, I think they all do that to varying degrees. I do think there's one that for me is just a little more complete in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs, in terms of the look that she gives us up through her front end. She's not the heaviest muscle one out there, but she certainly has enough muscle for me. She's not the biggest racked one out there, but she's got enough rack for me. I love the way that she wedges up through her front end, the way that she's built up in her shoulder and the way she comes out with that head and neck. I love the way when you stand off and study her, the lines present themselves, and the way that she stays right up in her chest floor at this weight and this maturity level that we've gotten to here. So I'm going to go get you a champion. We're going to bring that second over. We're going to study a little more, and I'll get you a reserve. I won't talk about them again. Just know that this is a tremendous set here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion. Congratulations on a nice set of does.
If you like the ones that are just a little more conventional, a little boxy, a little stouter, you got big feet, wide body, all that. No question that this one checks a lot of those boxes when it comes to fit. She's got a tremendous amount of carcass value. He's wide, he's burly, he's big in terms of his muscle characteristics. He gets a little off if I'm holding to the skeleton, in my opinion. That one gets a little short, conventional up front. That one gets a little choppy moving as you get around behind him. We're ready for a tough class. That top five was extremely challenging. That one has a couple issues I'm not real comfortable with. Real good set. Real nice class. Let's congratulate you. Good work.
Great results of class 15. Record winners include Maxwell Kane of Howard County, Bella Lewis of State County, Reed Romanowski of Dawson County, Ella Fernandez of Clay County, Emma Heller of Seth Ward of Hamilton County, Taylor Richard of Taylor County, Hoover and winners, Linda Jones of Douglas County, David of Lincoln County. Purple winners are Carter Wilson of Pierce County, Natalie Wagner of Dodge County, second place Rosie Johnson of Lancaster County, and first purple was Jordan Russell of Finch County. Now is class 16 of 22. These are Oxford Market and weighing from 126 to 129.5 pounds. This is class 16.
Just a quick comment on this, though. We talked about her lines and the way that this one's made in terms of that front end. Tremendous hip, really, really shallow-hearted, one that wants to run uphill when we set her on the move. Yep, we still want to pull her apart as she go a ways. That hasn't changed, but I think when you study her at the base of her skeleton, she's opened up enough for me. She's tremendous in terms of her center body, and she just, of the three that we study here, she's the most balanced one, I think, remaining in our very top end. She's an awfully good one. Outstanding commercial doe kid show. Congratulations to all these kids. Let's give them another round of applause if you would.
Congratulations, you're a champion commercial doe kid exhibited by Ty Peterson of Dodge County. Your reserve champion doe kid, Riley Ahrens of Burt County. We're going to bring those champion and reserve champion doe kids back in the ring and also be bringing in our champion commercial yearling shown by Blake Bruns of Lincoln County and reserve champion commercial yearling of Austin Cam of Cumming County to make the selection of your champion overall commercial doe.
I think the commercial doe show today has been really good. The quality's been good in our yearlings. The quality was good in our doe kids in each of those classes. And when you can find, in my opinion, 4 like this to bring back out here in the champion drive, then we're doing some things right in this industry. And these young people are doing a great job with these projects and producing quality livestock that is just going to get better and better as they breed these to the right kinds of individuals, and next year's offspring I think will be tremendous. And I'm just really excited for the future of the meat goat industry here in Nebraska when you've got individuals like this and young people like this that are this dedicated to this industry. There's no question it's going to continue to go up. You know, I think when we get them out here, you can't go wrong. There's 4 outstanding individuals. It comes down to personal preference, and you know, for me, I've kind of laid it on the line what I like to see, and I like to get on a 3/4 view and spend some time there as I'm studying goats, and I want them to be really, really, and that's market or breeding, either one. I want them to be really opened up from hooks to pins, and then when I get out here on a profile, I want those that kind of want to run uphill, that stay level down their top. I study that front end and make sure that we've got the right kind of shoulder set, that we're not getting bucked over, and we're good in terms of where that knee sets, that we've got a really attractive head and neck set in these goats. I want them to have some extension, and I think we do that really well with these 4 goats out here. So it comes down to personal preference. And for me, I think there are 2 that maybe just have a notch more of that wow factor when we get them out here today. They're probably just a tick more opened up from hooks to pins. That upper hip maybe has a notch more dimension. I think when you get right in over the top of them, they're probably just a notch rounder body, just a little rounder in terms of that rib, and they stay just a little more tucked up down low and right up through their breastplate. Part of that's maturity, there's no question, but part of that's the way these goats are made. And I think a year from now, I think that will still be the case as we look at these 2 that I'm going to use today. I think they're going to be really shallow. I think they're going to be really attractive and really round in terms of the way they're made. So for me, today in this particular set, I just gravitate to the doe kids. I can't get away from our champion in reserve doe kid overall out here today. They'll be your overall champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion overall commercial doe exhibited by Ty Peterson of Dodge County. Your reserve champion overall commercial doe, Briley Aarons from Burt County. Both Ty and Briley will be coming back in for competing in the Supreme Champion breeding doe. We'd like to welcome back into the ring your champion registered doe exhibited by Emily Rempel of Gage County and your reserve champion ABGA registered doe by Piper Shepherd of Greeley County. While this selection is going on, again, we would like to give a big shout out and thank you to Randy and Patty Sainer, the 4S Goat Expo and Union Bank and Trust. And speaking of the 4S Goat Expo exhibitors, if you want more information about this expo, Randy is right there on the other side. He's waving his hand for parents and stuff in the audience as well. He's got information about this great educational opportunity and a sale that will take place at the 4S Goat Expo coming up at the end of September. So go talk to Randy. He'll give you all the details.
Well, again, it's been a real pleasure for me to have the opportunity to sort through your breeding goats, your does, both yearling and doe kids, both registered and commercial today. I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to work through the set of goats and to work with these young people. Man, what a set of young people you have, just so professional, so courteous. I was watching earlier before one of the champion drives, and the thing, we see this in Texas, we see this in every state that I judge in, but those kids are back there having fun with each other. Yeah, they're competitive when they hit that ring and they all want to win, but when they walk out that gate, they're friends. They enjoy each other's company, and when these young people go to college, these are going to be their friends, and they're going to be people that they hang around with for the rest of their lives, and that's what this program's about. We can't lose focus on which end of the halter is important, and these young people are the part that matters to me, and I think to each of you as well. So let's congratulate the young people that have showed today with a big round of applause, if you would, before we talk about goats. your volunteers that have put this show on, man, they're top-notch professional. They've kept everything moving. They've helped kids when they needed help. They've done just a tremendous job of organizing and managing this show. So I appreciate the extension folks and the volunteers that put this together. What a set of folks you have that do that. They're passionate about the program. They want to spend time helping young people. So young people, please take time to shake their hand and thank them for the time that they've spent organizing and managing this show. There's always hoops and hurdles to jump through, but these last couple of years, we've jumped through hoops and hurdles we never thought we would have to jump through. So I appreciate them forging ahead and putting this show together. They've just done a tremendous job, and it's been an honor for me to work with them and to have the opportunity to be in the ring with you today. Now, a little about the goats here. We've got, obviously, we've got a couple of registered goats. We've got a couple of commercial goats. And I'm telling you, the basis of this industry is that registered goat. That's where it started. We have to have good quality on this registered side, or we lose the weather side. We lose the commercial side. So it's critically important that we have good females on this registered side. And we've got a couple of nice females out here representing that registered division. Big-bodied, tremendous amount of volume, production-oriented, really good on their feet and legs. That's where we can get messed up on this weather side. If we lose the functionality of feet and legs on this purebred side, it's going to go downhill in a hurry on the weather side. So these two does are really good in terms of the way they handle their feet and legs. We've got to have that. They're attractive. They're balanced. They're goats that I think offer a tremendous amount of good and certainly have a place in the full-blood industry and as a doe base to help us on the weather side as well, on the commercial side. Really nice set of does that represented that full-blood division. We just talked about the commercial does. We got a pair of both doe kids are what we landed on in that particular drive, but a pair of doe kids that are just really attractive, really built right in terms of the way they lay in their shoulder, elevated in their chest floor, tremendous amount of muscle. I got off on that three-quarter view and studied a minute ago, and those two are just outstanding in terms of the way they come from hooks to pins and the width that they offer in their upper hip. And again, for me, that's really important as we start talking about what we need in these females. So I think we've got 4 outstanding females. Each has a place in this industry that's critically important. We've got 4 great kids out here that have done an awfully good job getting them fed, getting them fitted, getting them shown and exhibited out here in the ring. It's been an honor to judge them and to give you my opinion on them. I'll go congratulate your overall Supreme Champion in Reserve in the Breeding Doe Show. Y'all help me give all these kids one more big round of applause if you would, and I'll get you champions.
Congratulations, your Supreme Champion Breeding Doe, showed by Ty Peterson of Dodge County. Your Reserve Champion Breeding Doe is Briley Aarons of Burt County. We are going to take a 10-minute break and be back to start the Market Goat Show here at the Nebraska State Fair. Again, thank you to Randy and Patty Zahner and the 4S Goat Expo, along with Union Bank and Trust, for their continued sponsorship. And 4-Hers, don't forget to fill out those thank you cards. They were in your packets when you picked up your stuff at the vet check-in.
I think another nice class that we've got to sort with. I think we've got three that are pretty challenging in my mind. We kind of start with some time, maybe sorting that final top five, and then we kind of work down to that top three as much as we can. And I think there's some give and take here, and not to sound too much like a broken record, but I think just some classes, just some big holes that you want to retain. I think that's where I land on the sheet that wins. And talk about that one just from a practicality standpoint. Talk about that one, the ground, and the extra distance he's got. That was big in his feature, was holding his body. That one he was as big and stout, just in terms of muscle and hardness side of the weekend in the flat. I'll be the first to admit that one's front end off. Like I could just yank that one's neck up, a little leaner up front. I think he's a sheep that wins good enough. I think he balances good enough. That's a sheep that I think holds a unique enough advantage just from a width standpoint, from a body shape standpoint. Without question, there is a hands on from that standpoint. So some things there that I kind of question without just finding that one who just wants to necessarily run away. But I think that's a real high quality we've got. Again, the same thing that goes hand in hand here with second, third. I think we've got a tremendous amount of quality here. I like the basic pieces of this one going to the second. I like how his feature, I like his foot, I like his body good. That's a sheep that you analyze up front. That 3/4 angle, that she's big in terms of his chest, he's full apart at the base of his body, he's round in terms of his forehead shape, and I think that just kind of makes the foundation for what that particular weather's got. He's one that when we get him loose and we get him in motion, he wants to kind of compensate, maybe not be quite as good just in terms of his hip and right leg design. I think he wants to be just a little bit coordinated, maybe a little unstable there, and kind of wants to throw those high legs. So I like to change that about him, and as we compare it to the weather that we're class, I like to see him just a little bigger and a little pressure over the form. That's getting pretty good, Mickey. I like to see better up front. I like to change some things over the course of the skeleton. That's close. That's a real good set that we're going to talk about. Talk about just the basic skeleton about it. I don't think there's any question that the weather becomes a third holds an advantage from certain areas. Have a good shoulder, good neck, good body. And the front portion of that one is really, really good. I think probably excels a couple of the ones we got, in particular the sheep that wins this particular class. I'll land on that one. I get up close on the close inspection. That was fresh, trying to get right shape. It's from there back to the color and start putting camera on that guy. I need to see that one bigger than the portion of his hip. I got to see that one bigger side. I need that one's feature and just stoutness to resemble what he does up front. And then we can talk about working that one up. From a makeup standpoint, and that guy gets around from the smoothness and a fluidity standpoint, that was as good as anything. That was great. It all offered some variation. I think it was close and unsolved. That was a really good set of a tough class. We got a sheep that their heels, I think, right here that comes into this slow spot. That's a sheep that naturally got jumped on whenever he came in. I like kind of a whole bunch. That sheep kind of had those extra blood and that wow factor, especially when they're getting loose, we get them in motion. That sheep is top-headed, he's flexible, he's going to really like as well as that's a sheep that I read as maybe a little more immature in how he's put together. You like his muscle shape, you like his tone, that sheep's as lean and filled out as anything in the class. I think that sheep's better days are actually ahead of me. That's a sheep that I think we can see a little more extension into the center portion of his body. I'd love to see its flank and its belly and its underline just kind of be a little forward, just kind of getting a balance look to the side. I think that sheep continues through the feed program. My guess is that sheep's best days are in front of me. We've got one that comes in here that's very basic. It's not, it's square, it's genuine, it's stout, the handle's good. That sheep's good in terms of a pressure standpoint. That sheep gets a little round off his rear skeleton. He wants to be just a little plainer in the upper portion of his knock. That sheep wants to be a little more coordinated in terms of how he handles the hind leg. When we've got him moving around the ring, that sheep pops up really nice. He's basic, he's square, he's good, he's genuine. The sheep's got muscle. That's a real nice one at this spot. This is a tough class, a real challenging one. Good top end on those three. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in class 17 on your results. Representing winners include Wayne Walton, Adams County, Clayton Daughter of Merritt County, representing Platte County, Marshall Cooperative County, Federal Hospital Johnson County, representing Platte County, Pavilion County, Control of Stewart County, Nash Davis of Range County, Virginia Harvard of County, Cooperative of Farmers County, Commercial of York County, Scotty Collins of Hall County, Scotty of Whistler, and right now, this class 18 of 22 are cross-country athletes.
Let's give these kids a round of applause, if you would, in our first division. We transition into these market goats. We're still finding quality, I think, in each of these classes that represent this first division. I'm pleased with the four that we've got out here in the first line. I'm pleased with the 4 second-place goats that come out of these classes. I think they offer the kinds of things that I'm looking for from a muscularity and build standpoint. They're fresh, they're athletic. I think they're goats that have got shape and dimension. I think we've got skeletal integrity in these goats for the most part. As we set them on the move, they handle their feet and legs well. They've got enough face width and enough stoutness to suit me. That said, as they come in here, I think there's 2 that surface pretty quickly for me as my champion in reserve, and I'm just going to tell you it's really close between these 2, and I could go either way in my mind, and because there's enough give and take between them, I think I could talk about the differences and probably convince myself to go one way over the other on any given day. But I think these 2 are certainly the 2 you need to find. And I'll just tell you what I see as I analyze the 2. They're the 2 bigger hipped ones that have got the most shape and expression in their upper hip. They're the 2 that handle with a tremendous amount of shape down their top. But these 2, and I'll just tell you, it's the 2 out of Class 2 and Class 4, are the most balanced. They're the 2 that just give you the best look. They're the most elevated at the point of their shoulder. I think they're the roundest, and they turn better down in their lower rib and give me a better look when we get them turned to the side. I think both of these goats are tremendous in terms of the shape that they offer right through the center of their leg, and they do a lot of those things from a muscularity standpoint really well. They're big-footed and stout in terms of their feature and their bone work, and I appreciate that about them. To me, when you really get off here and analyze, you take muscle out of the equation because they both got all we need. They both, I think, are exceptional in terms of muscle volume and quality. I think there's one that's probably just a little neater in terms of the way he's built up in the front third of his skeleton. He's probably just a notch shallower through his heart. He's probably lays just a little neater up in his shoulder and has a notch more extension up in his front end for me when we set him on the move, and that's the one that I'll use for champion out of this drive. And I think, again, I think it's really, really close between 2 that I think are outstanding. Give them a big round of applause. I'll go get your champion in reserve in your lightweight division.
Nice way to finish off this particular division, this particular breed within our cross country. It's some heavyweight sheep here that we're going to talk about them guys maybe being a little further along, a little past prime as far as I'm concerned on a couple of them. But I think you analyze the ones we have sort of up here in our top 10. I'm real comfortable landing on a couple of the ones we've got, especially like in this particular pair. We've got some sheep that have some different muscle shapes. We've got some sheep that are so beautiful in their appearance. They're fresh, they handle well. I think a real nice one to start with. That's a sheep that handles incredibly well on the top. That's a sheep that's bigger after big one. He's made out of the upper portion of his hip. That's a sheep that balances up, I think, extremely well within this particular lineup. I think it's a real logical place to start in my mind. We got one that comes in with that answer extension in second, on the longer side, a little level spine with it. You like that one to look from the exterior. That's a sheep that's all fronted. He's extended his time. He's straight whenever you get your hands on him. That's one that naturally I just like to see a little bolder in terms of the center portion of his body. I like to see that a little bigger at the upper portion of his hip. That'll be a real nice one to fit that top there extremely well. And two that be very similar coming third and fourth. You like those two initially whenever you get them around. You've got some extra stoutness, they've got some extra feature, they've got some width, they're really full of heart in terms of
Your Division I champion was exhibited by Ben Spencer. Ben is from Buffalo County. Your reserve was Sawyer Phipps. In the ring now will be our Class 19, and these goats will be weighing from 81 to 84 pounds. Here's your results coming out of Class 22 with the last class of the Cooperative Market Lands. Our winners, Aurora, Homestead County, Give them a second, they're going to get reorganized and those two lined up and we'll be bringing in for the selection champion cross track. Just a reminder, the grand champion reserve champion will be selected at the end of the final round of the season. Representing Class 13 will be Kelly Collins from Hall County, Ian Norton from Lancaster County. In Class 14, Emily Olson from Pierce Pierce County, and Sawyer Phillips from Chase County. In Class 15, Jordan Russell from Gage County and Josie Johnson from Lancaster County. Class 16. Blake Bruns from Lincoln County and Mason Roberts from Lincoln County. In Class 17. Lydia O'Connor from Butler County and Brecken Hirschfeld from, Kylie Riak from Plain County. In Class 18. Ron Hobson from Fairfax County and David Shore from Plain County. Class 19 will be Edward Saunders County and Jordan Russell from Gage County. Out of Class 20, Lydia O'Connor from Butler County and Ruth Rickman from Saunders County. In Class 21, Creighton Hirschfeld from York County and Andrew Sutton from Douglas Sargent County. And finally, out of Class 22, Sydney Harris from Phelps County and Christine Crowell from Seward County. Let's give these youth a big round of applause. They've been showing all day. This is your finals for your champion cross dress. Throughout the day, we would like to thank Cashway for being the sponsor of the champion divisions and Equitable Bank for being the sponsor for our reserves throughout the day. Of course, our judge, Logan Newsom from Plainview, Texas, has been spending the last 2 days here in Nebraska judging our youth. Thank you so much for all of you. That's right. Oh, I thought you were talking about what I read, and I went, oh no. That doesn't come till 5. We're the champion crossword. That's what's in there right now. That doesn't go till 5. That one takes place over here when they do the parade of champions and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big to do. The stands are full because you do hogs, you do goats, you do sheep, and you do cattle. No, just the market. Well, the breeding, I think they still let them breed through, leaving this division, yeah. Yeah, right. Go judge the sheep. Thanks, Beth, for running to get her water. Beth, thank you for running to get her water. Thank you for running to get her water. Thank you. Well, first, I mean, just that fine line. And I've only done it once. Something, it's not quite straight. And it felt hard to dislocate. I thought it was. Then this dad
Really a nice class of weathers here as we get into our second division, our middleweight division. I think this top pair is really challenging for me. No question, we need to find these two, and we need to work them up into this top pair. I think it gets close as you start analyzing and making your decision point between the two. In my opinion, the goat that we start with is a little smoother and a little more balanced. I think we can see that pretty easily. He handles really smooth, and his transitions are great down his top. When you study him and the way that he's built, I think he's a goat that probably isn't quite as firm in terms of his touch as the goat that's second. I don't think you can sort these two goats on total volume of muscle. I think they're that close in terms of what they have to offer as you study them at the base of their shoulder and over their rack, back through their loin. Tremendous in terms of edge-to-edge width in the loin in both of these two goats. I feel like the goat that we start with, as I watch him walk away, I don't think there's any doubt that from the point of his tail down through his twist, we've got more depth in him. We've got more shape and more turn right through the center and across the plane of his stifle than we've got in the goat that's in second. I love the hard touch that this goat in second offers, though. Really firm and really expressive in terms of his handle. That's where it gets close for me. Yeah, he's not quite as smooth. I went back and handled just to make sure I was right on condition. There's no difference between these two in terms of what they have over the rib and the fat cover that they've got. This is just a little harder handling kind of a goat, but he's not as smooth. His hip-loin transition isn't quite as good as the goat that stands ahead of him, but more than anything for me, when you get kind of on this three-quarter view, I think he wants to cut up in his twist a notch more, maybe just a tick flatter right through the plane of his stifle as we compare him to the goat that starts the class. I think it's that close between these two that you cut on minor things like that. Both are stout. Both are really wide in terms of their construction. Just an awfully nice pair of weathers to start with. It's a really nice weather in third. He falls out in terms of total volume of muscle to our top two. He doesn't have the width. He doesn't have the span in over his rack that we've got in the two that stood ahead of him today. He's one that maybe gets just a little more compact in terms of his flank-to-flank length and his look and balance from the side. But as we compare him to the goats that follow him in class, man, this one's got some shape and some expression down his top. He's firm handling. He's just a goat that in terms of volume can't move up further in this particular class, but you certainly can't roll him down. This is an awful good one sitting in this third hole as well. We got a weather coming up next that I thought was similar to him in terms of the way he was made. Maybe not quite as opened up from hooks to pins as the goats that stood ahead today. That's where I need to change him. He wants to taper just a bit as he works out through his tail set compared to the goats that stood ahead of him, but another good handling goat that's got some shape and some expression down his top. Maybe when you get him turned to the side, he probably of our very top end is the one that wants to get deeper up through his chest floor, maybe a little flatter down in his lower rib as we compare him to the top three. Again, we're getting pretty picky on an awful nice weather. This was a really deep class. And then rounding out our top five, young ladies goat is one that handles great. He's probably from edge to edge in his loin, handles as good almost as those top two. Tremendous amount of width from his last rib back. He just gets flat right through the center of his leg. And you know, it's hard to explain when you've got that much top side skeletal width why you get a little flat through his leg, but he does. He comes a little narrower to his pins and he gets flatter through the center of his leg. We could change that about this one with the handle he has down his top. He moves up a notch or two in this class for me. It's a nice weather rounding out our top five. Again, really deep class. These kids did a nice job with them. Congratulate them for me if you would on a great class.
Here's your results now out of Class 19. Your blue ribbon winners are Colin Hopkins from Colfax County, Lillian Bogle from Lancaster County, Sarah Mitchell from Holt County, Kennedy Menberg from Seward County, Ellie Stein from Saunders County, Kennedy Meinberg from Seward County. Purple ribbon winners are Paige Hansen from Seward County, Wyatt Evelson from Hall County, Brinley Langley from York County, Bridget Cavan from York County, Ty Peterson from Dodge County is Purple 3. Purple 2 will be Claire Gangwish from Buffalo County, and Purple 1 representing the Class 19 is Ben Spencer from Buffalo County. Entering the ring now is Class 20. These goats will weigh from 85 to 87 pounds.
goat and sheep exhibitors, if you signed up to sell your lamb or cow, please take your animal once you are done showing to the northwest corner of the sheep barn to receive your check. Again, you are going to be going to the northwest corner of the sheep barn outside of the two trailers and a full tent in order to sell your goat and sheep sheep. Thank you.
We talked about it yesterday, kind of what I was expecting, and talked about it kind of in that commercial view drive, just the quality that was there, the depth that we had in some of those classes, and I didn't expect today to be any different. Certainly, it hasn't been up to this point. And then, we rolled through them guys this morning, and things were kind of falling in place. I felt like extremely well. The quality was there, the depth was there. These crossrails, it was kind of like we turned it up a notch. I think from the get-go, from the jump, that lightweight class that came in, there was sheep in there. They're not where they're going to be. They're not from a maturity standpoint. In my opinion, there's probably a few sheep along the lines here within these early classes, and I think they're just going to continue to get better as the feeding program continues and these exhibitors keep working with them. But I mean, just depth and quality that we had to kind of sort through. The exhibitors just kind of kept coming in ways as far as good ones, and that was certainly fun for my end. There were some tough decisions we certainly had to make. It was tough from my standpoint just to be able to make those calls and be real comfortable with it. I think as we kind of continued on, and then we kind of made that comment there about midway through, it just kind of kept getting better, as we continued on. I think it's very representative of what we get out here with our class winners and our seconds amongst each class. Kind of what we had in each one of those deals. There were some challenging decisions. There were some things that we had, amongst the pairs that maybe I wasn't just 100% comfortable with, as far as just landing on one I absolutely love, or one that just driving towards, or that one that jumps out at whenever he hits the ring. But they were still quality sheep. They were extremely high quality. They just kind of came in and catch it a little bit of a package. So as we get our class winners out here, as we get the seconds, I think an incredibly cross-spread drive that we've had. I would ask, before we kind of start talking about these guys and kind of letting you know where I'm at, I'd ask that you congratulate and join me, congratulate those guys that are out there, as well as the ones that participated throughout the day. I think it's pretty close. I think there's some tough decisions from my standpoint. We kind of talked about maybe some variation there amongst some of these guys, maybe some weight variation, some size variation. There's some sheep down here in my mind that are right in contention with this deal, and I think as we kind of continue to progress, and some of those sheep that maybe are a little further along, that maybe kind of came to the same fair, kind of dialed in from that standpoint, from that maturity standpoint to win. But it's tough. This front lineup, from the first one to the last one we've got, I think is extremely high quality. I think whenever we start to kind of break these guys down and talk about the sheep that we'll kind of bring out and just kind of bring up, the sheep that comes out of the class 2 was one that when I got hit with me, I was a big fan of. We talked about it in class, and I liked that one a whole lot, just from that was general build and the basic parts that he's got. That sheep's very good just in terms of his feet and legs. He's a sheep that's got some turn to his body shape. He's big and bold there through his center, and he draws back to his flank. I think the unique part about that was for that was size and maturity. That was just crisp and big and shapely over his rack and out through his loin and his dog is maybe anything that we'll see. That sheep's just very, very unique in terms of the spread to the upper portion of his skeleton. That's a sheep that's athletic. That's a sheep that's good in motion. As we kind of get him out and compare him to a few of the other ones, is that one wild enough up front? Is he wild enough in his chest and his shoulder and his neck? I don't necessarily know if I can say that's a real high quality one. Certainly in contention as we kind of work through this deal. Moving into that sheep that comes out of that third class, that's a sheep I think that follows a very similar pattern. That was big and shapely in terms of the portion of the skeleton. He handles good, it's fresh, that was fit, dialed in. extremely well. That's a sheep that I feel like's got a little more ambulation, a little more length up front. He's a little funky there at the base of his body, kind of through his knee there. I have questioned some things just in terms of how that one's built up front. Maybe you'd like to modify. But that one's so good out of his hip. His hind leg was on. We get that one loose. He's one that's got a fast gear. He gets out, goes, he gets out, travels. He's comfortable. Another one that I'm a big fan of that I think certainly right there in contention. We got to move down here a little ways. We got the young man deciding this one on halter. You know, I know that can be a little hard, a little challenging to look at, in my opinion, from a judging perspective. Sheep like that, you know, it's maybe a little laundry and kind of one you kind of do, got to get a little extra, kind of get that thing to cooperate with you. I get it. A little harder to look at that. A little harder whenever we get that guy loose in motion. But when we get that view up and we get that guy propped up, I think you can read the quality that that one's got. I think from a skeletal makeup standpoint, that one's very good. He's got some turn to his body shape. He props up, he runs uphill. That's a sheep that handles very fresh. That was dialed in. That one looks the part. Questions and things when that one's out. I like his angulation. I like his flexibility. I like him to be.
I think a pair of Weathers here to start this market class. I think we've got a pair that you sure need to gravitate to in my mind in terms of the way they're built, in terms of the muscularity that they offer. A pair of goats that I think are awfully good when you put your hands on them. That said, boy, this one that starts the class does so handily for me. Just really cracked open at the base of his shoulder, big in his center body, one that's tremendous in terms of shape and expression down his top and the way that he handles. And then you have to appreciate the way this one's made from hooks to pins, the shape and the turn that he's got through the center and lower third of his leg, and the stoutness that he's got in his foot and bone size. We want to get picky. Maybe he's a notch deeper through his chest floor than a goat or two in the class, but that's getting picky on one that I think's awful good and that I think wins this class pretty handily for me in this particular set. That's a really nice Weather. Probably a goat in second that is maybe just a nickel better at the base of his shoulder and in the way that he's made up through his front end. But he's a goat that gets just a tick flatter right through the center of his leg as we compare him to the goat that wins it. Not quite the depth, not quite the shape that we've got in our class winner from his last rib back in terms of that edge to edge in his loin. And this is a really nice Weather that's balanced, that's got some shape, that's got some muscularity. He just gets beat by one today that's super powerful, super shapely in terms of total volume of muscle in this particular class. Another really balanced goat here in third, one that when he walks in, when you catch this one on the move, you like him. He handles his feet and legs well. He keeps his skeleton together when we've got him out here on the move. He's a goat that when you handle him right at the base of his shoulder, wants to be a little more narrow, wants to cut up in the top of that rib just a tick and doesn't have quite the shape and roundness coming out of his the base of his shoulder and then that fore rib that we've got in some of the goats that stand ahead of him. Consequently, he just doesn't have as much shape when you handle him in over his rack as we've got in the two that stand ahead of him. A really balanced kind of a goat that I just want to change from a muscle shape and dimension standpoint compared to the two that stood ahead of him in class today. Red Doe Kid coming up next. Really, really good handling. This one's got her big tops, got some shape and some expression. I think when you study her and the way that she handles back through her loin, she's one that for me, I want to find just a little more shape right through the center of her leg. I want to change her from that standpoint, get more shape and dimension from her last rib back as we compare to the goats that stood ahead of her in class. But that's an awful nice one. It's got a lot of good pieces that I think you can sure look at from a female standpoint and from a market standpoint. I think she competes nicely in this particular class. And then a really, really thick, expressive, big-bodied, big-ribbed kind of a doe kid coming up next in class that just simply has too much cover on her today to work up any higher in the class. She gets a little softer in terms of her touch. She gets a little more condition over that fore rib for me to let her move up further in the class. But, boy, this one's got a tremendous amount of shape and expression down her top. It's an awful nice doe kid. Another good class. Congratulations on a good set.
Here are your results of Class 20 of our Division II market goats. Blue ribbon winners: Elena Cutlers of Lancaster County, Kaylee Davis of Grant County, Julie Luby of Seward County, Kason Statler of Wayne County. Purple ribbon winners include Kissimmee Crow of Seward County, Samantha Penny of Scotts Bluff County, Aiden Nelson of Merritt County, Ashley Sandy of Platte County, Matthew Bruns of Lincoln County will be purple 2, and purple 1 is Atlee Hirschfeld of York County. Entering the ring now is Class 21. These goats will weigh from 88 to 91 pounds. Of the Nebraska State Fair. Again, thanks again to our judge, from Texas, for being our judge here the last 2 days. And of course, a big thank you goes out to Ashley and to Amazon for their sponsorship of our youth. Just a reminder to our youth, make sure to get those safety notes written that will go into your pockets and your parents will be picked up at the bench check-in.
Water's getting pretty deep over here in this class of a saddleback wether to start with that I think is awfully good. This one's big topped. He's really expressive when you put your hands on him. He's a goat that handles his feet and legs well. When he walks in, he catches your attention as one that's up fronted enough for the amount of power that he's got. He's still really attractive up through his chest floor and his front end. He's extended. A goat that's got that head and neck coming out of the top of his shoulder, maintains himself really well on the move. He stays level and square down his top. He holds his hock apart as he goes away from you. And again, when you put your hands on this one, you just have to appreciate the mass and the volume that he has when you study him down his top. He's big, he's square, he's expressive, he's smooth. He's a goat that has got enough condition on him that he's really smooth, but I sure think we're about where we need him to be. He's really, really fresh in terms of his touch today. It's an awful good one to start this class. A goat in second that I think is similar in terms of skeletal dimension and skeletal makeup. He is really wide and really has a great turn to that forerib when you study him and you get in over the top of him. Tremendous amount of shape coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's not as smooth as the wether that starts the class, and I think he's one that at times when we set him on the move wants to get just a little up in the center of his spine and in his loin as we compare him to the goats on either side of him. Sometimes those goats will do that when we get a little bit of muscle, but he's one that for me, if we could just drop his spine down in him, I think it gets a little closer on top potentially, but that's a really nice one there in that second place hole as well. Really balanced, really attractive goat here in third. And where this one's separated from the other saddleback wether that's fourth is we're just got more mass and more volume right at the base of the shoulder, and as we work back in the rack on this one compared to the saddleback wether that was fourth, I think we probably got just a notch bigger hip. We're a little bigger footed on the wether that's in fourth, but I think on this one, in terms of total volume of muscle and those cuts that have the most value as you work down their top, I just think we've got more width and more value in this one today as we compare him to the wether in fourth. Love the design of that next one. Really big-footed, really attractive, really shallow-hearted. Gives you a great look from the side. At times, this one gets a little easy topped, and I want to change that about him. But more than anything, I just want to blow him up a little bit as he comes right out of the back of his shoulder. We need to get more shape and dimension in his rack. We need to get more volume right over the top of that forerib, and as we handle him down his top to move him up further in the class. But that's a pretty interesting one there as well. And then the next one is one that for me today just kind of got out-horsed in terms of total volume of muscle, particularly when you study that one from hooks to pins. Wants to narrow up just a touch, gets a little flatter in the upper part of that hip. This is a goat, though, that when you handle him, you really appreciate the firmness, the shape, and the amount of muscle that he has down his top. If we could just pull him apart out through his hip, get more leg and more stifle in this one, I think he's one that we might consider moving up a notch as well. Another really good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
And here are your results out of Class 21. Blue ribbon winners will include Wade Ewalt of Adams County, Jasper Langley of York County, Natalie Sheets of Lincoln County, Ellie Stein of Saunders County, Lillian Bogle of Lancaster County. Purple ribbon winners include Kylie Luby of Seward County, Baylor Barons of Saline County, Samantha Pinney of Scottsbluff County. Second purple is Addison Albers of Cumming County, and Emmett McMeekin of Platte County will represent on this class as the first purple. Entering the ring now is Class 22. After this class, we will make the selection of our champion and reserve champion Division 2. These goats will weigh from 92 to 95.5 pounds.
Well, this is one of the more challenging classes to evaluate in my mind. Several goats in here offer some things that you really appreciate and some things that make them work up into the top end of the class. But maybe there's not that one that just runs in here and says, boy, I've got to be in the top pair. You've got to use me to win the class. There's some give and take as we get up into the top end of the class. I think this one's really complete. I think there's a lot of good in the way that this one's built from a skeletal standpoint. Base wide, kind of a goat that you appreciate going away from you and coming to you. As we set him out here on the move, he maintains his skeletal integrity really well. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. From about the middle of his rib cage back, he's as good handling as you want to make one. Tremendous width and depth and freshness in that loin edge, and his hip-loin transition's awfully good. I question, do we have quite enough rack in this goat? As you come right out of the base of his shoulder, I want to just open him up and get just a notch more shape right there. But I think one that in this particular class, you can give that and still have the width that he offers from the middle of his rib cage back, and then that extra look and balance that he offers lets him work up and win the class for me as we get him out here in the very top end. I think the goat in second is very similar to him, a really attractive, really balanced one that's really smooth. Where I question this one is he's just not quite as shapely. He's got some width. He's got some dimension when you handle him down his top. I want to blow that up, get a little more squareness and shape to him as we compare him to the goats maybe on either side of him. That said, he's better from hooks to pins. He's wider from stifle to stifle. He maintains that width in his base better than the weather in third does for me. So there's, again, some give and take. I love the squareness and shape and rack dimension that this one in third offers. I want to open him up at his base to get ahead of this goat that stands right ahead of him. I want to open him up at his base. I want to open him up from hooks to pins, get more shape right through the center of his leg. A really good handling one that going away, and on that three-quarter view, I just need to change him from a width standpoint, but that's an awful good one here in third as well. So some give and take in that very top end of the class without question. Little piecier weather coming up next in class. This is one that gave me some trouble because, man, he's big-hipped and he's got some shape. He just gets a little piecier when you study him from the side. He's one that wants to be the coarsest at his hip-loin transition. I want to change that about him. He also is one that, for me, wants to be maybe just a little coarser made right up through his front end, get up there right behind his shoulders, and maybe doesn't lay in quite as good in terms of his blade as the goats that stood ahead of him. Lots of product in that one, though, that you have to appreciate. And a paint goat that kind of rounds out our top five that, for me, just gives up volume of muscle when you put your hands on him compared to the goats that place ahead of him. He's balanced. He's attractive. He's a goat that skeletally you can appreciate. I just can't find quite as much squareness, shape, and expression of muscle in him today as we had in the goats that stood ahead of him. Another really good class, though. Congratulations.
As we do some quick waybacks and get ready to line up, we'll be back in here in a second to bring you your Division II champion and reserve. In the meantime, here's your results of this class, Class 22. Blue ribbon winners include Grace Mitchell from Holtz County, Taylor Shea from Holtz County, McKenna Shea from Holtz County, Caitlin Rezac from Saunders County, Quinn Castle from Saline County, Justin Pope from Buffalo County, Josie Johnson from Lancaster County. Purple ribbon winners, McKenna Schaaf of Holt County, Kyle Riley from Seward County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. Purple 3 is Ty Peterson from Dodge County. Second purple is Brooke Carey from Holt County. And first purple out of this class, number 22, is Brooke Settles from Saunders County. Again, momentarily, well, I guess they are. They're bringing them in. They weighed them back pretty quick. Here is representations from Class 19, Purple 1, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County, Claire Gangwish from Buffalo County. Out of Class 20, Atlee Hirschfeld of York County, Matthew Bruns from Lincoln County. Class 21 is Emmett McMeekin from Platte County, Addison Albers from Cumming County, and then out of this last class, Brooke Settles from Saunders County, and Brooke Carey from Holt County. We'll make the selection now of your Division II champion and reserve. Just a quick note, when our final class is done, the overall will be selected during the 5 o'clock hour, right behind me during the big final drive.
you would, help me congratulate these kids in this drive with a big round of applause. Really good medium weight division here in the Market Goat Show. I think as we get them back out here, it gets difficult for me. I'm not going to lie. There's a couple of ways that you could go, and I think justify it and talk about these goats and be very comfortable with how you land in terms of where you put your priorities. There's probably not one that that checks every box for me in terms of what we're looking for, but there's some that get pretty close, and I think that's what we got to find is the one that checks the most boxes and offers the most in terms of those qualities that we're looking for in these market goats. And I think there's a pair of them that do that. And again, they're not going to look just alike. They're not a pair of goats that are designed exactly the same. I think they're pretty similar in some ways. When you get in over the top of them, there's certainly the two goats that got the most shape and dimension coming right out of the base of their shoulder. There's certainly the pair of goats that are the biggest right in the center of their body. When you stand off and you study them on a 3/4 view, there's no question these are the pair of goats that are the biggest hip, that have got the most shape right through the center of their leg. The give and take between these two goats is one's probably a notch more balanced, one's probably a notch more shapely when you put your hands on them, and that's where you've got to question and make your determination. One of these goats that we'll talk about, we're talking about the goats out of the second and third class in this division that hit me pretty well when we bring them back out here. And we've got a goat out of that second class that we talked about in class that maybe is just a notch deeper chested than you would consider ideal. When you set him on the move, I think he balances up pretty good. He's one of those goats that when you prop him up, he comes up in his flank maybe a notch more and gives you that appearance of maybe being just a tick deeper chested or a tick higher flanked. You decide which one it is. I'm not sure that I can call this goat deep chested the more you study him. I think he turns good enough down in that lower rib for me not to call him deeper chested. Maybe he needs just a tick more rear flank in him. Then we got the saddleback goat that came out of the third class that we talked about just being really smooth and really balanced. He's probably not quite as exotic in terms of the way he's built up through his shoulder and his head and neck. Maybe a goat that gets just a little soggier in terms of the way he presents himself out here. But that's, again, is getting pretty picky on two that I think are awfully, awfully good goats. But that's to tell you that, they're not just alike. There's some differences between the two. I'll go show you the one that I think checks the most boxes for me out here. Again, just the quality in this particular division I thought was outstanding. Y'all have done a great job of getting them fed, getting them conditioned, keeping them fresh, and getting them exhibited to me today. You young people are to be congratulated on a really, really deep division. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll show you the two I like the best in this drive in the order.
Congratulations, your Division II champion is Emily Hirschfeld from York County. Reserve will be Emmett McMeekin from Platte County. We're continuing on now with Division III of the Market Goats. This will be Class 23 that is entering the ring. These goats will weigh from 96 to 98.5 pounds.
As we work into our heavyweight division, we've got a class here that's got one that we start with that I think you really appreciate. This one's awfully nice. I felt like this is one that when he walked in, he catches your attention pretty quick, and he certainly stays in that top hole when you get in over the top of him, when you handle him, when you analyze the way this one's built and the way he handles. He's really fresh and athletic in terms of the way he handles down his top. He holds himself together extremely well when we set him on the move. He stays really fresh and youthful in terms of the way he's made up through his front end. He's big and square in terms of the way he handles down his top. He's nice out through his hip. He's got some shape right through the center of his leg. I think just handles the class really nicely out here in this particular set. The one most like him is this young lady's go to here in a second. Maybe not quite as true on his rear legs as we'd like him to be. He wants to get together at his hock just a tick, but you put your hands on him. He's got some shape down his top. He's fresh. He's certainly acceptable in terms of the condition that we've got today. He's a goat that's big-footed and stout-made, and I appreciate that about him. I just want to pull him apart at his hock just a tick to make that top pair more competitive and to get him more in competition to win the class. But that's a pretty nice one. I think that falls into that second place spot pretty nicely for me as well. Next goes one that I think is really balanced and attractive, maybe not quite as expressive right through the center of his leg and over the plane of his stifle. When you study him from right here, he's probably the one that wants to narrow up just a bit as he works towards the ground. I love the look that this one offers from the side, the balance, the elevation that he has up through his front end. And he's a goat that's got some shape when you touch him down his top, and you can appreciate that. I just want to pull him apart at the base of his skeleton, get more width underneath as he goes away. Same could be said for the next goat. I think he's one that maybe gets a little plainer in his muscle type. He's a little flatter. He's a little less descript in terms of the muscle expression that he offers from his last rib back, but he's one that's got some shape in his fore rib that you can appreciate from that standpoint. One that I think from a volume standpoint beats the goat that follows him in class just in terms of the turn in his rib and the volume that he has in his center body. This goat in fifth, rounding our top five, is one that I think you can appreciate being really balanced, really attractive, really extended up through his front end. He's just one that for me, when we get at this weight, I just need to see a little more goat, a little more volume, a little more product in him in order to let him move up further in the class. He's one that I think we can all agree skeletally you can appreciate. He just needs to be opened up in terms of the width that he has down his top. He needs to be opened up in terms of the muscularity that he offers from that three-quarter view. Another good class, though. Good start to our heavyweight division. Congratulations on a good set.
Here's your results of Class 23. Blue ribbon winners will include Caitlin Turek of Hall County, Hayden Mount of Kearney County, Grace Mitchell of Holt County, Kelsey Luby of Seward County, Catherine Udick of Dakota County, Kaylee Davis of Grant County, Riley Hopkins of Colfax County. Purple ribbon winners are Heather Lang of Lancaster County, Sarah Mitchell of Holt County, Mackenzie Feitmeyer of Jefferson County will be third purple. Second purple is Clara Johnson of Lancaster County, and first purple is Baylor Barons of Saline County. That's your representation of Class 23. Entering the ring now will be your 24th class. These goats will weigh from 99 up to 105 pounds.
Another nice class of heavyweight goats here. A wether to start the class that I think is really powerful. One that's got a tremendous amount of shape down his top, really square and expressive at the base of his shoulder. He works back through his rack and loin, I think, with tremendous width and progressively widens as he comes back. He's a big hip, big-ended one when you get out here on the three-quarter view of him. And I think one that's still youthful and attractive in terms of the way he's made up through his front end. He's shallow enough up through his heart. His shoulder lays in him good. He's a goat that's attractive in terms of his head and neck set. Yeah, he could be maybe just a notch stouter in terms of his foot and bone size at this weight and this size, but I think from a muscle standpoint, from a freshness standpoint, he's the one you sure need to find to win this class. Goat in second's very similar to him from a handle standpoint. Big, square racked, really wide in terms of the way he handles down his top from his last rib back. Another big-ended one that you can appreciate is having a tremendous amount of whip out through his stifle. Probably not quite as expressive through the center of his leg, probably not quite the turn in the lower third of his leg, but more than anything, this goat gets just a little easy coming right out of his shoulder, and as he works down his top, I'd like to just pick his spine up and level him right there just a tick as we compare him to our class winner. I think a nice pair to start this particular class of goats that are fresh enough, goats that are youthful enough in terms of their handle. We got a little more condition on the doe kid that comes next in class, but one that, man, this was just built right. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's good in terms of her rib. A big center-bodied kind of a goat that you can appreciate. Yep, she gets a little deeper-sided when we get her turned out here, and as we compare to the wethers that stand ahead of her, she's starting to get just a little more mature and conventional in the way she's built up through her front end as we compare to the two wethers. And again, she's carrying more condition than the two wethers that stood ahead of her, but we've got some goats coming up in class that I think are carrying more condition than her, that aren't quite as correct in terms of their condition, and certainly don't have the volume of muscle that this doe kid has. I think she's one that's awfully good. The weather coming up next in class is probably the softest handling, right up over his forerib that we've got in the very top end of the class. I think one that you have to appreciate, though, the look that he offers. He's long, he's level, he's attractive, he's extended up through his front end. I think he's a goat that you certainly can appreciate from that standpoint. For me, I want to get more width and dimension right here in this three-quarter view, right through the center of his leg, and find more shape and bulge and expression right there for me. And again, take just a notch of condition off that forerib for this one, but I appreciate the skeletal design in him. And then the next weather in class is the rounding out our top 5 is one that to me we need to strengthen just a little bit as you study him down his top. He's one that maybe isn't quite as level, quite as strong, coming right out of the base of his shoulder for me as some of the goats that stood ahead of him. I think he's one, though, that you can appreciate as having some turn in his rib, having some volume in the top side of his skeleton when you get right in over the top of him today in this particular class. Good set here. Let's congratulate these kids.
We'll get you the results here in just a moment from class 24, but entering the ring now will be class 25. These goats will weigh from 107 up to 115 pounds. And here are those results of class 24, your blue ribbon winners. Elijah Tennant Van Wyn of Hall County, Kendall Castle of Saline County, Tavia Veras of Thayer County, Cole Luby of Seward County, Chloe Cutlers of Lancaster County, Drew Saney of Platte County is a purple ribbon winners. Ellie Stein of Saunders County, Samantha Penny of Scottsbluff County. Second purple is Sarah Mitchell of Holt County, and Kissney Crow of Seward County will be the winner of class 24.
for the sheep, goats, and swine parts, you add sweet with chips and everything into your beef meal.
Well, deeper class of heavyweights here than you might expect when we get into this weight range. I will say most of these goats are pretty acceptable in terms of the condition that we've got on them. Some differences in youthfulness and freshness, I think, and those three kind of work their way to the top for me. They're maybe just a little fresher handling, but I think most of them are pretty acceptable. That said, well, this is a pretty good one here that wins this class. This goat's got a tremendous amount of shape and expression down his top. He's big-ended as you study him out through his pins and through the center of his leg. He's a goat that's still youthful, still attractive in terms of the way he's made up through his front end. You like him when you study him on the move, and you really like him when you get your hands on him. He's a goat that I think is borderline on condition, but is certainly at 115 or so pounds is still where we need him to be and is acceptable in terms of the condition that we've got on him. He's really firm and fresh when you handle him down his top. That's a nice one to start this particular class. Goat in second's probably as balanced as any of them. Probably as shallow-hearted, as youthful in terms of the way he's made in the front third of his skeleton as any at this particular weight range. In this class today, he doesn't have the power that we've got in our class winner, just not the shape, not the expression working down his top, maybe not quite as good on those rear legs in terms of his pasterns as our class winner, but boy, one that I think from the design of his rib and the way that this one's made up through his front end, you really have to appreciate the way that he's held it together and gives you that look at this stage of maturity in this weight range. That's a really nice goat in second as well. Balance and attractiveness is where he gets around this goat in third. This one's got as much muscle, maybe has more volume when you study him right in the turn of that rear leg, but I think one maybe gets just a little plainer, a little more conventional up through his front end as we compare him to the two that stood ahead of him today. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice when we get him turned out here on the side. And then when you touch him down his top, he's probably not quite as fresh in terms of his muscle texture as the two goats that stood ahead of him, but that's an awful good one in third as well. We start to run out of muscle volume as we work our way down from there. We get into goats that simply don't have as much shape, don't have as much turn to the rib, as much volume in their center body. Consequently, we can't find quite as much shape and expression down their top when you put your hands on them as we have in the three goats that started this class. But again, I think we've got goats that are acceptable from a condition standpoint, that are youthful enough for me at this particular weight range. So quality from end to end in this class. Congratulations on a good set.
We'll get you those results here in just a quick moment. Class 26 is getting ready to enter the ring. This is our last class before we pick the champion of Division 3. These goats in class 26 will weigh from 120 and a half pounds up to 131 pounds. Your Division 25 results. Blue ribbon winners include Wade Ewald of Adams County, Levi Cork of Holt County, Julie Luby of Seward County, Autumn Hoppy of Holt County. Purple ribbon winners, and third purple is Kyle Riley of Seward County. Second purple will be Ethan Euler of Howard County, and first purple is Claire Gangwish of Buffalo County.
Well, only two head in this last class of heavyweight goats. These goats are 120 plus, and I think at that weight range, we've still got a pair of goats that are acceptable in condition. We don't have one in here that I would call that carrying too much cover over that forerib. I think when you study them, the goat that I'm going to start with, there's some give and take between them. It's probably not quite as good in terms of that front end. He's probably opened up in his shoulder a tick more than the goat that stands right behind him. But I do think we got more product in him. I think we got more shape and more width in the top side of his skeleton. More than anything, when you stand off and study him from a rear view, I think he's got more width for right across the plane of his stifle, more shape down low. I love the front end of this goat in second. I think he's more attractive in terms of the way that head and neck come out. Maybe just not quite the product in him that we've got in this one, but a nice pair of heavyweight goats here. Let's congratulate these two on a good set.
And here's your results of class 26. Second purple will go to Hayden Mount of Kearney County, and first purple is to Marcelo Hood of Box Butte County. Getting them all lined up to bring them in for the selection of our champion Division III. And just a reminder, the overall selection will take place coming up here at 5 o'clock. Representing from the class 23 includes Baylor Barons from Saline County, Clara Johnson from Lancaster County. In class 24, Cassini Crow of Seward County and Sarah Mitchell from Holt County. In class 25, Claire Gangwish from Buffalo County, Ethan Euler from Howard County. And in our last class we just had in, class 26, Marcelo Hood from Box Butte County and Hayden Mount from Kearney County.
Let's give our heavyweight exhibitors a round of applause in this division, if you would. Probably not the numbers we had in some of the other divisions, but I'm still pleased with what we've got out here in a heavyweight division that starts about 100 pounds and works its way up. I think we're fresh. I think we're youthful enough with these goats that we've got that we're able to find and work to the top of the classes. I think we've got some muscle and some shape in these goats and some things that each of them offer that you really have to appreciate. You know, I think there's a pair that kind of work their way to the top for me is just being the most complete in terms of what they offer from a profile standpoint and a skeletal build standpoint. I think they're athletic. As you watch them get around the ring, I think they're a set that hold themselves together and stay level when you study them down their top, probably just a notch better. They're stout enough in terms of their foot and bone size. They're a couple of the stouter ones in here in terms of true foot and bone size. And I think they're a pair that elevate better at the point of their shoulder and up through their chest floor when we study them in this particular heavyweight drive. That's the two goats that are out of the first and third class that kind of work their way into the top pair for me when we get out here and we study them. When you get over the top and you handle them, I think there's one of them that you just need to find. He's the one that's got the most power, the most shape, the most expression. He may be carrying a tick more condition over his forearm, but I think at the weight we're at, we talked about it in class, I think at the weight and the level of maturity, I think we're acceptable there. The other one is one that we talked about. Does he have quite enough rack? And that's where they sort themselves for me is as you come right out of the base of the shoulder, the champion's just got more volume and got more shape and got more dimension in over his rack. And I think that's critically important that we have that in these market goats. So a really nice pair, a really nice division. I'll go show you the two I like in order. And if you would, I'll just congratulate them one more time on a really good class of or set of heavyweight goats.
Congratulations, your champion Division III winner, Claire Gingwish of Buffalo County, and your reserve will be Baylor Barons from Saline County. A big thank you again to Randy and Patty Sainer, along with 4S Goat Expo. Find out more information about the Goat Expo from Randy over there. He'll talk to you about some educational programs for our goat producers and a sale as well. And a thank you to Union Bank and Trust. Of course, a big thank you to Dr. Jeff Ripley from College Station, Texas, our judge today. These kids' division winners will be back in the ring behind me come 5 o'clock for the championship drive. For everybody else, drive home safe, and 4-Hers, don't forget, send out those thank you notes.